Well, hello, and welcome back to yet another session of Rough Rolling, where 10 is a gift and 15 is granted by the grace of God. Or as I'm starting to kind of think, where pain is the name of the game. I'm Gray, the resident storyteller and GM, and we're glad to have you here, I guess, to view the pain and suffering of those who choose to be here willingly every single week. So,
Should we do introductions, like all of us, like, hi, I'm Gray, I'm Barry, and then so on and so forth?
I'm Joel.
well, if anybody comments, I guess we'll figure it out then.
If we get 10 likes and 15 comments, we'll do it.
Yeah, like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll dox ourselves.
Well, we'll dox somebody. I'm not gonna promise you at least any one of us.
Yeah, it'll be a raffle each week.
It'll be one of our lucky
likes.
viewers.
Yeah, if we get enough
We
likes.
dogs a viewer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Wait till you see the surprise for the lucky 100th subscriber.
We could stir up some fake controversy to get some views. Like if we posted on one of the D&D Pathfinder subreddits about being someone who got doxxed by the Rough Rolling podcast. We could try to put traffic to us.
Yeah, I don't think I want to involve the cops or anyone's lawyers.
That's the first thing we do.
Fuck yeah.
A Logan's Run elevator pitch for you for a reboot.
Oh fuck!
What we need to do is we need to get our 100 subscribers' address, show up at their house, beat them up, take all their money, and then leave. And that'll be the 100 subscriber special. We can film it. It'll be great.
Oh, I know. I can teach you how to make a pipe bomb out of some PVC and a stick of dynamite.
Perfect. Even better.
Ooh.
Sounds complicated.
When we get big enough, we get the one of the subscriber buttons on YouTube or whatever. We can say like, "Hey, we'll have a raffle. Send that to them," but we actually send them a pipe bomb.
Yep. The domestic terrorist challenge.
So,
YouTube challenge.
We'll just have to make sure we don't use the USPS. Otherwise, it becomes a federal crime.
Speaking of federal, now that we've gotten onto one of those lists,
If you use
for
FedEx
mentioning
to mail a
bombs,
pipe bomb, it's not a federal crime. It's only if you do it with USPS.
I feel like that might be a little bit too far.
No, that's not true.
With all of that, moving right past all of that.
I mean, another way for it to become federal
Let's
is
get
if it
the
just
viewers
crosses state lines. So, like,
Caught
if
up on what happened last time. Take it away, Barry.
So, last time we started with us leaving the masquerade. It was very fun, but also very brief. And then we started the tar barrel carry with Garugamesh. And he did really great initially, and then he had slowly diminishing rolls. And he ended up tying with second place, with first place. When it's a tie, both are second and both are first. We'll just say 1.5 place. After that, we had a little bit of role play, just a little bit, as we were talking about how to deal with the vampires. When a guy called I don't have his name. Vilnius?
I skipped over a little between here and there.
Wait, what did I skip over?
The delivery of the sending stone.
No, I was getting to that. Well, okay, so it did get delivered, but then through the session, like a bunch of chimpanzees who found a shiny rock that makes noises, the entire party started goofing around with it.
It wasn't the entire party.
Almost the entire party, about half. That's pretty much all
It was the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Vilnius showed up and was like, "Hey, Ash wants to talk to you." And Sven controversially said, "All right, get the captain of the guard in." And then we talked about it and decided that was a bad idea. So we went to go talk with Ash, and we essentially were like, "Hey, we want to kill these vampires. It's time." And he's like, "Bad idea to do that right now, but I have a quest for you. If you do this, then we'll be able to kill the vampires." So he basically laid down a cool quest for us where we're gonna ambush not a caravan, why am I drawing a blank on the name?
It's a coach.
coach. We're going to ambush a coach on its way out of the city. And the coach is inbound and presumably going to be going to the vampire's estate. And on the way out is probably going to have some incriminating evidence, which will mean that we're probably going to be allowed to kill the vampires and have backup. And I think we pretty much ended the session there.
Out of session, we determined that Giru had really bad IBS.
Yeah,
Sounds
I think all-
important.
yeah.
We-
Honestly, I'm really sorry that I missed that.
I mean, maybe if we didn't spend so much time role-playing last session, we would have gotten to it.
Honestly,
Yep.
I kind of am with you there. I
Yeah.
really don't like when we role play in our D&D game.
It's
Yeah, I
important
really wish we
backstory
just
stuff.
wouldn't talk.
Can we just
really-
stare at numbers
right.
for a while today, Gray?
I
We
mean,
do
if
that
we're
on
going
your
into
own
combat,
Yeah, we stare at numbers and then talk about how we're shitting ourselves in the night. That's what D&D is for.
Exactly.
well, that's why it's a fantasy game.
Oh my god.
Is it? Is that why?
Okay, so you have just finished speaking with Ash, going over the plan, or well, what qualifies as one, with... I think at this point, yes, you have agreed that you're going to try and hit the coach on the way outside of, by the time they leave town, which I believe Ash told you that he believed it wouldn't be tonight, it would be the following day sometime, but he would let you know when he had more information, when his own informants come in. So, you guys are, I guess, summarily pushed out or leave of your own accord out into the Narrows. What is the plan for you guys today? Because you're pretty open until the feast begins tonight at the Freehold.
Ben wants to do a lot of retraining. He still needs to do a lot of retraining.
All right.
Oh yeah, has enough time passed that Sasha would be able to have retrained her feet? Or does it...
Weren't you tracking that? Because I wasn't.
Oh boy, I think enough time has passed. I think it's been like 6 days now, yeah?
I think so too. Since
Sure.
Barry was the one tracking it.
If that's all she was doing,
Yeah.
you would
Most
have to
likely.
you'd have to take the time off for the time we were in the gauntlet.
But that really wasn't too much. Same with the arena. Most likely because she wasn't, out drinking, partying, going to the library, and otherwise doing things that players do. Instead, she spent most of the days with you. So, yeah.
Okay. Because I was training off her weapon finesse because since she got her power increase, I forget what it's called, but essentially animal companions at a certain level, either 4th level or 7th level, they gain a power increase. They basically get bigger. And now her dexterity is lower than her strength, so weapon finesse is a useless feat on her.
Right. Well, anyone else?
I was gonna go buy some components and like holy water and stuff like that. Start giving Etwer the things of holy water.
Mm-hmm.
Because we hadn't gotten into it too much because I haven't been exactly carrying around a bunch of it, but it's like a gallon each or something, so it's incredibly heavy. But I need it to do that ice weapon, so...
Okay. That's definitely not difficult to find. You've got 2 rather large churches that you can go to, and they'll sell it to you for exactly the price that it is, which is, what was it?
I think it's 25.
The 25 gold worth of silver.
Yeah, I'm like, it's either 25 or 50. I remember they said that it's at cost, so I'm like, oh,
think
I
it's
can make this,
25.
but... Yeah. Then I'm like, why wouldn't I just go to the store then? It's good to be able to replenish it if you run out in the middle of nowhere.
5 pounds of powdered silver worth 25 gold. All right.
Yep. And I got 10 pans of powdered silver. This is also good for some of the circle spells as well.
Yep, no problem. You're able to get that. No issue.
Yep. Actually, come to think of it, I'll probably have thought of this before going on the shopping expedition, but I'm like, I'll just grab my horse and get the stuff on him, and then go stable him back for the rest of the day.
All right. What's everyone else doing this afternoon?
Well, if Phoenix was busy, my plan kind of went under. So
I can probably do stuff other than shop.
Well, when you're done, I would love like an hour or two session of just looking through this book I've been chipping through with you, because I'm making no progress with it. And you are much more aware of that stuff. So I guess while waiting for Phoenix, I'll just gather like 2 of my followers for the job tonight. I won't need more than that, probably. And then I'll just sit in the tavern and wait for Phoenix, and whenever we get together, I'll show them through the guide to instruction manual of enhanced conjuration and illusion, and yeah, see if that helps at all.
All right. So then I'll presumably come back from all that and just sit down and be like, all right, let's see what this tiny book has to offer.
Hand it over to you. It's all yours, pal.
Just sort of start paging through it. Sure, it'll be just...
Arcana. It won't be a super high check, but you never know.
I'm going to help you with that since, well, I'm there. So
Sure.
I doubt that doesn't help.
I think it does.
Oh.
I think you need to read.
You all got it.
I thought you had. I am
Oh,
trained.
you are trained. Yeah, isn't it 10?
Yeah.
I thought it was
it's only
15.
10.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh, that's for that's the basic DC to know something, which I almost rolled under.
Shit.
Almost.
With
that
your
brings
plus
to
2.
19. Yeah. So, the book, at least to your eyes on a first glance, gives information related to not necessarily basic conjuration and illusion magic, but mid-range and up, using it for rather unique or perhaps not entirely straightforward methods. Some are used for entertainment purposes, others are used for confidence, tricks, and manipulation. There is a decent amount of it that is primarily telling people how to use these to more or less con money out of people, or to trick others, or to use them as a way to deceive during combat. That's at least what you get from a skim through it. Perhaps that's because your eyes are drawn to where things have been underlined or crossed out or highlighted. Probably not by Daxius, most likely by the person who owned it before him.
You see, those underlining marks aren't me. I'm the one that does the circles.
Okay. Let's see. Never was much good at the, what do they call it? The mage's way of approaching things? It is, at least a well enough kept secret that a lot of the time at the start of the day priests, will just sort of meditate and go, oh, please, my patron, would you be so kind as to give me the things I'm going to need for the rest of the day? And then sort of get fed them.
Fair enough.
What I mean to say is that a lot of the priesthood even a vase is not particularly bright.
I see.
And I feel less bright reading this.
Oh, you and me both. I just hope that another pair of eyes might be of some help, but it's more the middle part that's got me.
Where specifically?
That I open up to the last page I'm on. Around here, it sort of ties a lot of the fundamentals together, but it's almost like the person who was writing this is purposely trying to misdirect you. It's weird. I don't understand what they're trying to get me to do. I've tried replicating it, but it never works.
Let's see what the particulars are here.
You go ahead and give me another roll.
Oh, good.
I'll help you again.
I was like, well, might be able to figure it out. And I'm gonna just give myself that old guidance.
I'm also gonna give you inspire competence.
All right.
Where is that? Anywhere. So you get a plus 4 bonus from me.
Nice. I'm just checking what guidance is competence as well. Okay.
I see.
Cool. I was remembering something like that.
Wow.
Damn it.
Oh my god.
As it gets to the middle of the book, you are at least familiar with some of the spells that it begins to discuss. Things like Illusory Crowd or Cloak of Shadows. Things that are not necessarily like things you don't recognize, but they're used in ways that you don't really like think of. Using them to manipulate somebody who's hiding into believing that there's a larger crowd of people waiting to kill them. Or using the Cloak of Shadows to hide in certain corners in order to evade the guards. But near the end of this section, it begins to actually transition into things which are illusions, technically, but maybe to your mind you don't think of them as illusions. Things like entering people's dreams, giving them nightmares, manipulating them in a way that's a little less tangible. There's actually a decent amount of it that's on the... I don't want to call it the plane of dreams, because technically dreams are not their own planes, but they are their own demi-planes, sort of. They technically exist as a plane which individuals can access. It's how certain mages are able to enter other people's dreams in order to, in the same way that the Sending Stone sends messages, to actually deliver messages via other people's dreams. Or to influence them or harm them through their dreams.
Right. I'll try and explain that. Well, it's talking about dream planes and sort of illusory hold over the mind rather than through enchantment. It would be a bit different than a charm if you were to hop into someone's consciousness while they were asleep. I believe there was something like a spell that could be used to assassinate people through sheer fear. It gives them a cardiac arrest.
Jesus.
Yes.
You want to be on the receiving end of that.
Oh, that would be one thing that would be possible. Or you could send them something particularly bad as, without even delving into their consciousness. So, that's most of what it's going over here. It's certainly more advanced magic than I've seen worked. Although, with some of this, thankfully, I really would rather not see people die in such an unfortunate way, but...
Yeah, well, people die to much more horrible things all the time in our line of work.
I cast Mend Butthole.
Oh God.
That would be a horrible one too.
This has been helpful. But if I'm able to crack this eventually, it might provide us some more avenues towards our approaches to situations. I hope, anyways.
Well, I suppose. What were you thinking more precisely?
I really don't know right now. I don't have a solid idea because the book's not really giving me much of a solid idea. The best solid idea I got was from you so far. Everything else was trying to tell me. Before it even got to the part about entering dreams, I got stuck. Just a few pages before. So it's...
Flip to where that is.
Yeah, this is just it seems to me, actually... It's actually making some sense now, because this seems to be the fundamentals. Oh! Maybe that was the problem. I think I was trying to apply this on people who are awake. Maybe that's the problem?
Yes. It might be a bit more difficult. Although, if I did have some specifics, it's entirely possible I might be able to create a spell that bridges the gap between consciousness and unconsciousness in that way. Not that I'm assuming that I can. I'm just saying that, well, if I knew more about what it would require, then it might be possible.
I see.
Still, it's not as though I've heard of every single spell ever cast, just a good chunk of the ones on this side of the world.
Right. Well, If I learn more, I'll tell you immediately, and see if it's any help to your studies. But thank you. This has been very enlightening.
For both of us, then. I certainly hadn't read any material by this author, and I can say that it does seem like it's a bit thick for such a small tome. At least it's easy to transport.
I think it's the biggest book I've ever had in my hands, if I'm being honest.
Really?
It's massive. I mean, I've had big books. This is near the top.
Oh. Can lift it.
Barely. It's like a workout. But,
There are some we'd have to get a couple of people to, get it up onto the lectern and then just turn pages for a while.
Well, if you're not doing anything else for the rest of your day, I'd, at least to the whole, shebang, I'd appreciate the company at the very least.
Certainly. Maybe something will come to us in the meantime.
Mayhaps. And,
Until then, well, coffee.
Oh God, yes, please. And I suppose for the rest, until the party, we sit there and look over the book together.
Okay. What about everyone else? What is going on between when you leave the Narrows and the beginning of the feast?
I've got some light shopping to do, but I don't know that it'd be particularly interesting, so anybody else welcome to go first.
Just, I would like you to go, but I've got a question for Gray. What time is it now, and what time is the dinner starting?
Presently a little afternoon. The dinner... Well, technically the party begins at 5. Dinner isn't served until about 6.
Okay, party begins at 5.
Yeah.
I just gotta hate those parties that start at like one time and then tell everybody not to eat, and then they don't serve food until like 3 hours later.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Hate
Or
that
family
shit.
reunions.
Yeah, I've been to so
And then-
many of those parties, dude.
Yeah, me too.
I
I definitely leave my basement more than once every 3 weeks.
Okay, well, what
It's
shopping
like I think the
do we have to do?
Oh, what
Did
shopping?
we?
But
Yeah, I just had the holy water, and then I want to say I was gonna get stuff to make like basic potions and scrolls while we're on the road. Seems like it might be a good idea.
Yeah, it's no problem. You're like anything that you think would go into a spell component pouch, or is basically anything worth like less than 100 gold. You can get here, no problem.
Yep. Well, I don't know exactly what goes in potions, but I'll be like this much gold worth, and then we're good. Presumably, I grabbed the right stuff for whatever
just
I'm making.
a nondescript box of potion stuff.
Mhm.
Okay. I'll keep this quick. So the main stuff I'm planning on getting, assuming that I'm understanding things correctly. So for things like repairing like a carriage or a Vardo or something, it would be carpenter's tools, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to get a set of masterwork carpenter's tools.
That's a good
I'm
idea.
also going to get some replacements, wheels and reins that could be quickly attached to a carriage.
Okay.
We do have those antique, I don't know, tools that are in the bag of holding that
Do
we
we?
found in the gauntlet.
I mean, those could work, I guess.
I don't know that they would, but I don't think we ever investigated them.
No, really.
I think they were just
We
like,
never did.
yeah, we've got several sets of nondescript artisans' tools, apparently.
Well, one of those is from me when I bought some, and then I upgraded to the Masterwork Artisan's tools. And it's not in the Vardo, it's in the bag of holding itself. I don't think there's any sort of description on it.
So yeah, I don't think
Does
it's that tool would do you very much good at this point.
No. It says carpentry and masonry tools.
Yeah.
Those are antiques, so I'm not going to rely on those.
Okay.
Just going to get the regular carpenter's tools. I'm sure you guys can make a wild guess as to how I'm planning on handling this stuff, but we can talk about that more later. Basically, just some easily replaceable parts to carriages, like wheels can not easily, but simply be replaced on carriages, and the reins in the case that those get destroyed.
Okay.
Somebody played a Oregon Trail.
So a wheel runs you about 10 gold. The reins are basically whatever price they are for a horse, which I think is what, like 5, maybe 2. That'd be bit and bridle.
I told you not to bring up my
2.
height again.
Or no, 1 gold. For reins would be 1 gold.
How about, you said 10 for the wheel, 1 for the...
Yeah.
How about just to simplify things, I'll just dump 75 gold and say that I got a couple sets of wheels and
Sure.
one of the reins and then the tools.
Yep.
Because the tools are 55, I think.
The bit
2
and bridle
wheels.
is 2.
We'll round it up to 80 for
Sure.
everything and have it. Maybe just
Alright.
call it like a quick cargo or a quick caravan repair kit.
All right.
I was like, do we have that on the Vardo? I can just copy it over from my sheet for the saddle and all that.
I should have that somewhere. It's probably on my horse.
Here, just
Yeah.
done.
Bit and bridle
Well,
is 2 gold, but since I'm not getting the whole thing, basically just the reins so that I can do a quick replace if needed.
okay.
80 gold for enough stuff to do some basic repairs.
Yeah, I assume that you probably need a new bit eventually. It seems like the part that's probably going to wear down.
Well, that's not what I'm planning on using it for.
Yeah, all that stuff is pretty easy to find. You don't really need to look anywhere special.
Just the saddle then? Okay.
right.
I also have some stuff to talk to Fernix about potentially, but that might be for planning later. Daxius would also need to be there.
He needs to be able to know where he is.
Yeah, I'll just send Etur out to do all the shopping. Like,
Yeah, that's a later conversation. We can worry about that.
Okay, Giru, Sven.
Yeah, I'm trying to retrain today. It's
Okay.
one of the
So
few
you're
times that
So you're getting 5 hours of that. And
Yep.
Giru.
I was gonna take 5 hours and craft another one of the small diamonds into a small diamond ring, just like the one I did last time.
Okay.
So let me get over to my craft skill. Okay. I think technically that passes. Let me
I
look at the
believe it does
crafting
pass,
rules.
yeah. Just barely.
Let's see. A DC of 15. Meeting the DC adds 25% value. Okay.
That's 25%, yeah.
Yeah. That's still pretty good. And I'm doing that up until we have to be at dinner. Or the meal or the banquet.
Alright.
Whatever we're doing.
one of those things is the correct word.
Right.
Well, time
Well,
passes.
I'll also get a set of clothes that isn't like the fatty falling apart shit that Vic has been wearing for the last several years.
Oh,
That'd
yes,
probably
I
be a
would
good
like to-
idea.
Garugamesh does look pretty good with his hair, with his haircut and his nobleman's clothes. So, I think we're looking pretty spiffy going into the dinner.
Alright.
Ben wants to keep his trademark outfit.
Okay.
It's kind of his thing.
definitely not as dressed up as the masquerade ball. So
Alright.
just taking the sipping jacket and making that the main thing. Etur keeps the bow tie though.
Alright. So. Eventually, I figure all of you end up back at the chapter house or the Lion and Lady, wherever you're doing your sitting around reading, studying, conversation, and so on. About 5 o'clock, do you guys just go straight up?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sven,
I would like. Oh,
I was just gonna say Sven does clean himself up after retraining.
Good
I
idea.
don't know what that entails, but yeah, he's trying to. I guess we'll just say that he's finishing his Iron Will training up, even though we said that was some other time, or he already finished that. But it's, we'll say thematically he's getting himself cleaned up because whatever, it looks nicer.
Yep. Sure.
I would like to talk to Garugamesh for a second before we go.
Oh yeah.
This kind of sounds like Project Zomboid music in the background. Am I the only one who hears that?
Yeah, it does, kind of. So it's a big day for us, huh? Day of our
Seems that
reckoning.
way. Time to pay the piper, so to speak.
Indeed. I'm thinking. I have two of my followers with me, actually. If you remember them, probably not. Othis and Ugark. Sorry, no. Ugark and Princess, not Othis. Because
I'm gonna be right back. Just
Can't
assume,
out much.
just assume Sven's not here right now.
I remember a princess, but the other one,
Trans half-orc.
I meant their class, not their gender identity.
Oh,
Also,
fighter and monk.
Okay.
They're
Thank you.
not going to be joining us for the big to-do.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be here for if shit goes wrong and we need eyes off of us, Princess is very good at making a scene.
I agree.
So, if shit goes wrong, they both have message scrolls as well, so they can be eyes and ears. If we need them.
I've got an idea. You could cause a really big scene if you got...
I can't cause a scene.
No.
I need to be the one with doing the scroll, because
I meant you can instruct a scene to happen by getting your other follower to propose to Princess. I feel like she would flip out.
Princess would definitely flip out, that's for sure.
I mean, not even in like a good or bad way. I couldn't predict her behavior, but that's kind of the point.
No, she would absolutely flip everything in that room in celebration.
Absolutely. If we need a distraction.
Yes, indeed, which is why I'm bringing her. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. I'd really like it not to, but, you can't be too careful. I'll probably... I'm thinking for myself, I think I'm going to disguise myself as a servant. I'm going to get in, I'm going to sort of blend in a little bit before kind of fading out and going to the room, which for a servant would be not really that big of a deal.
Can't you turn yourself invisible?
I can. And if I need to, I will. But, and actually, speaking of being invisible, you should probably take this. And I pull out a potion of invisibility, and I'm going to give it to you.
I will remember that I have that. Actually, I already have one in my inventory, so I'll just add it. There we go.
Now, we can't have you lingering too close to the room because people might ask questions, but at the very least we can have you in a nearby hallway, and if someone starts going that way, Priona, one of my followers, Princess or someone can send you a message. You could walk up to them and do what you can to not get them in that. Just keep people away from the room. I think it would be your main job.
Would it make sense to disguise myself as a guard? That way I can carry a weapon.
How good is your acting, would you say?
Well, I got a pretty good British accent.
I don't think that's going to work, Rugamesh. But I think maybe the best thing would be to just pretend just stay as a dwarf. Just be another party member, but maybe don't. It'd be a lot easier if you could act and pretend. Are you good at bluffing?
I'm very good at bluffing.
Okay, so maybe it could work. You know what? I trust you. I trust you. I think it'll be fine. Just start sweating a little bit nervously.
I'll remain close to the room, and I'll keep people out.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go inside and do the dirty work?
I am, and it's gonna take me an hour, so I'm gonna need a lot of time.
Okay, but if you find anything valuable in there, you gotta split it 50-50.
I am making it as I'm entering and I'm leaving. That's the only thing I'm taking. I don't want to cause any more problems.
Well, that's no
unless there's something very intriguing, then maybe I'll change my mind.
Well, keep an eye out, because you never know.
Oh, I'm always keeping my eye out. But, yeah, I turn to my followers, and I'm gonna pull out from my bust an illusion and just spray over their, like, borderline peasants' clothing and give them, like, some simple suit and tie kind of deal for both of them.
Well, period equivalent, so double breasted jagger shirt and decent breeches and a belt. So they pass it as like townies.
Okay. I'm just gonna stare at Princess. Don't go overboard this time. I'll turn back to Krugamesh. You want any? I hand over the Dust of Illusion.
I've got my hat. I put it on and turn into a very short human.
All right.
So what
Let's
happened?
No, like, I just make myself, like, so Gilgamesh is already, like, 4'3". He just makes himself a foot shorter to become, like, a 3'3" human. Actually, I think he's 4'8".
Oh, a halfling.
The halfling. Yeah.
Or a child?
No, he still looks old. He just looks like a very strange and disproportionately sized human. It's not a good disguise, he's just being funny.
Squashes by like 25%.
I give like a few pointers, like hey, maybe go with halfling instead of human, and just maybe make the hair a little longer. Yeah, that looks okay. Yeah, that's close enough to you, but far enough away from you that it's believable. Yeah.
All right.
Don't hurt anyone. If anyone managed to get in the room, actually, if anyone could clock someone out in one hit, it'd probably be you. I would like to avoid hurting anyone.
Don't
and
worry.
Causing a scene.
If anyone gets into the room, I've got this, and I pull out the Mills bomb.
Please do not. Actually, give that to me for now. I'll give it to you after the party.
You lost. You lost.
That's
The
fair.
last one I gave you.
And that's fair. All right.
We've only
All
got
right.
one left.
All right. Well, probably shouldn't keep the others waiting. We should probably tell them what we're doing. Just
Right.
tell them. We should at least tell them that not to bring us up, and if anyone asks about us, to just say we're busy and we'll be there later or something.
We're gonna be there fashionably late.
Precisely. Yes.
I'll tell Vic to spread the word that I've got some very important business dealings to attend to before arriving.
All right.
It's some important business, then that definitely isn't robbing someone.
I'm trying to put on a good look so that way maybe word reaches the prince, since I guess he's gonna be there as well.
And he hasn't been answering my fan mail.
All right. So we get there. We're going to look for a sort of staff entrance where the servants would enter. Not usually the front door, if one exists. Hopefully, it's a manor. It probably exists. We're gonna come up, and we're just gonna start working. We're just gonna start doing normal things. And if anyone asks, we're new hires. If we can, we just don't talk to anyone. Just keep your head down, and then when we have a good moment, we slip away.
This is such a 21st century plan. I'm sorry.
It is indeed.
For century
What they're
boys.
doing is called turtle dobbing, where you pretend to be a servant and go inside a rich person's house and rob them. No,
Yes.
this actually existed much longer before that.
Does that sound like a good plan to you?
I think it
I
sounds
believe
good.
it.
We'll act like we just belong there. Pretty sure the manager's name is Karen, so we can just throw that around.
All right, and just one final word of advice. Don't, just don't. Whatever
don't.
shenanigans you're thinking, just don't.
I know. If I have to think about it twice, then it means I probably shouldn't do it.
Good man. And I give him first a
That's
pat on the
pretty sad.
head, and then I ruffle the top of his hair, and he's like, all right, come on.
Rugamesh didn't think twice about busting the door down.
Yeah, and we'll head off towards the manor.
Alright, so you're going for the trophy room?
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess we probably need to figure out which room is the trophy room.
It's a building.
The trophy
I
room
thought
is
it
the
was
name of the inn, the hotel that the
Oh,
individual
I-
is staying at.
I thought
It's-
it was a room inside the hotel.
It's actually right across from the Valliere Society.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
so you've been there. That's where the dance competition was.
Okay, well, I pulled
We have
my
a good
foot out
idea.
of my mouth.
Giru starts walking towards the Freehold, and Daxius is like, no, no.
This way. Like leading a lost child.
Like you're trying to find your car at Six Flags. Thinking completely wrong direction and walking for 20 minutes.
With confidence.
Huh, I don't think it's over here.
It's 'cause
Pressing
it's
the button,
not.
hearing nothing.
Battery must be dead.
So, and the other three of you go for the Freehold. I'm assuming, did the two of you, like, you do tell them that that you're going to be there later?
I am just going to tell Vic that if anyone asks, tell them I'm attending to something for the jewelry business.
If we weren't all rendezvoused like before going to the party, I was just gonna send a message to someone.
I told them that you were too drunk to attend, but you might sober up later.
That is actually a fair excuse for why Daxius would not be there.
Been 2 hours since we last talked, but I'm pretty sure everyone else believes it immediately.
I feel like the only one who might call bullshit is Fernix, since he was literally with Daxius studying.
Fair.
Would you care enough, maybe?
What? Well,
No? Yeah.
probably not.
Okay.
Just like, oh, work here.
So, let's start with the three that are keeping things above board for the evening. Daxius and Gilgamesh bid you farewell. They'll catch up with you later. They wander off. You think whatever it is you want to think. And
I want to think of how to invent the steam engine.
Gilgamesh could explain it to you.
If we're thinking whatever we want to
you go ahead and do that. So, the three of you, I guess, what's the game plan?
I mean,
Sven's just, I guess, gonna have a good time. It seems like a lot of his role in a lot of these things is just kind of be a distraction.
Are you walking up, or are you taking the Vard up, or riding?
We could take the Varda, maybe.
Okay, so just because I've got ADHD right now, I don't want to forget it. I was thinking we could have, since Daxius isn't a painting, we could have him paint the Vardo like a really cool custom paint job, so we can ride around in style.
I mean, I could do that, but yeah, maybe after the party I can get started on
Fluorescent
that.
paint with a wizard on the side, nice 70s shaggin' wagon.
Yeah.
with the Guy Fieri flame decals all up the side.
We
Makes
gotta
no
have like a
fucking
dragon's
sense.
head making the flames.
No,
I'm gonna
they have
guess.
to be just coming off of the wheels.
Yeah.
Because we're going so fast in our mobile home.
Get a
Yeah.
persistent glamour that makes the wagon look like it's on fire at all times and
Oh, that would
drive
be
through
cool.
town.
If we just
Yeah.
had some sort of glamour spell that we could just like alter whenever.
But if we get one of the major illusions, you could get real heat coming off of it,
Ooh.
smoke.
Or just get some like
Really
flame
convincing.
retardant paint and actually light it on fire.
Yeah, I could just make it so we could just light it on fire at all times,
This cannot end poorly.
Keep us warm at
especially-
night.
All of our valuables
especially when we
inside.
go- Especially as we take it through the forest paths.
Will it ruin our anonymity? Yes. But will we be stylish? Also,
Fuck
yes.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Teach a man to fish and fish for the rest of his life. Light a man on fire and be warm for the rest of his life.
What?
I believe man and fish can coexist peacefully.
You have that on a hat.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So,
Anyways.
I would like to know about the people that we're supposed to go and, we're supposed to capture them, right? We're not just murdering them? I seem to recall that.
We need to capture at least one. I think we're waiting on a little bit more context from Ash before we actually make any solid plans.
Okay, good. We're talking about that. I'm like, you're not murdering anyone at the Freehold. Please, God, please don't do that,
Yeah.
please.
Mhm.
We're
It'd be
due, I
very
mean-
difficult for Fernix to do that.
It's a way to
Even
go
if he was
out, I
trying.
guess.
Yeah,
Alright,
dude.
guys. New plan. For no reason, we're gonna pivot. We're gonna kill the prince.
Oh, I want to be there for that.
Sounds like a well thought out plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've spent a lot of time thinking about it.
I just meant, they're supposed to be at the party, right? I was gonna
No.
see if I could figure out. Oh no!
I thought he was.
No,
So there's a
No,
concurrent party happening somewhere else.
I'm just being a pain. But ignore me.
So,
No, I think. Moving on.
you guys, attach your horses to the Vardo and make your way up. You're definitely not the only coach that's going up that way. There are other people moving around. You go in through the front gates and find a place to put up your Vardo alongside a string of a shitload of other, mostly much nicer, brogues and, coops and chromes and things like that.
Yeah. Isn't the Vardo like the size of like an RV?
It's pretty
No.
big.
I thought it was pretty big.
It's big, but it's like, think like Concord, like stagecoach. Maybe slightly bigger than that.
I kind of like the idea that we were driving a mobile home to the party at the palace.
Maybe it's a kind of mobile home that you would put in the back of like a pickup truck. Not like a fucking, 3-axle camper wagon. Either way, it's still small enough that it fits through the gates and you get a lot of fucking looks, but whatever. You guys head in. There's a little bit of wait to get in through the front, and once you guys actually do get inside, you notice you're being funneled forward, actually like into the Great Hall. You hear somebody calling to the side saying, "Those of you who are armed, please come to this side. Those of you who know magic, please come to this side."
I look at my left arm. I look at my right arm. Shrug.
What can you do?
Look to Fernix. Suddenly jealous.
I'll
So
go in the line for use magic though.
yeah, it mostly leads you
And I
up to the
do have.
same place, kind of to a coat check. Like there are people that are taking like a ticket to check their cloaks, their coats, hats, things like that. The man who's working behind it, dressed pretty nicely. You do see the servants here are dressed rather nicely. He asks everybody, please surrender any weapons, none are allowed inside. Those of you who know magic, please hold your hand up.
I do so.
So he handles that first, taking those of you who can cast magic and drawing some symbols using only his finger on your palm, and explains, there will be no casting of magic within the Great Hall for obvious security reasons. The spell will dissipate once you leave the property. So, please control yourselves.
I don't know, Sven doesn't submit himself to that unless somebody tells him to.
Any effects on
Ye-
persistent spells?
He looks like a martial person. If people aren't paying attention, maybe they'll forget that he casts spells.
Persistent things, yes, it does dispel them.
Well,
Is it just effects that are like on a person or on items as well?
Just on a person, so you won't be able to cast anything. It won't stop like effects that are on an item, but they assume that like dangerous shit you don't bring in. You do get the idea that if you cause any scenes, being thrown out is probably the best possible outcome.
Okay. Rather than hand over the Fenrir's bite, he's just gonna stick it in the bag of holding and kind of just stuff it back behind his shirt.
Now, are
You
we
can get
allowed
away.
to carry daggers for self-defense?
No. Any weapons must be surrendered.
Yeah, Sven will submit his weapons.
Okay.
He only brought his longsword and a dagger.
Okay. The man takes them, puts them into like a thing, then brings you like a little tag and says, "Present these when you're on the way out, and we will trade it for the weapons that you have surrendered to us."
Thank you.
Yeah, Sven. For those who don't know, Sven does have a silver sheen longsword that he just never has had the reason to use, but he does have it.
A lot of weapons you don't use.
Mm-hmm.
I used to use the fuck out of my javelins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
I do have a few other weapons I can surrender, though.
Okay.
I don't think I would have brought the crossbow to the front door.
Yeah. Same thing.
It's,
he takes
pretty
it, gives
big.
you a tag. Kind of thing. So, with that done, you are allowed in. Following kind of a stream of other individuals. You don't necessarily stand out, as I believe most of you have dressed yourself pretty well. Once inside, you see that for now, the very large Great Hall is filled with two, three longer tables that run the length of it, with a large table near technically the back of the hall, up on a bit of a platform, most likely where the prince and others of that station will be dining. You do see who must be the prince. Man, probably 40s, like vaguely 40s, 50s, darker skin, kind of. He has a pretty big, like, personality, very large, broad-shouldered, short-cut hair, beard that comes down and is, like, very well trimmed and cut. Elegantly dressed, seems to be talking with people that are standing at that end of the hall. Other than that, you are told that there is food, there is drink, that dinner will be served, like an actual full-on dinner will be served at between 6 and 7, and once that is done, the tables will be moved and there will be entertainment. For now, there is a band, like a small, like, quintet, sextet, performing in the corner. It's very demure. For those of you who are much more accustomed to bawdier, rowdier crowds, this ain't that. It is weirdly, despite being very noisy, it is very boring. Best way I can put it. Although you are able to see some members of the other groups that have been invited up are here. The Stone Warders seem to be blending in relatively okay. Eskar, the Dragonborn, does not seem to be having a very good time. Neither is the half-orc paladin. He seems to be miserable as fuck, but what's new? The Outsiders, kind of in the same boat. They're doing their best. The halfling and the human among them seem to be, I guess, working okay, but the non-humans, especially the beast folk, it's not nearly as great for them. They're either being, like, having a wide berth provided to them, or you can kind of get that they're like other people, especially the wealthier, like, what the fuck is this?
You know what? Today, Sven's gonna hang out with the beast folk. Sven wants to. I mean, he's a popular guy, I assume by now, and he's gonna try and bring these guys up in popularity.
The rat folk seems to take all this in relative stride. The kobold does not look happy about any of this, and the
not the kobold. I hate kobolds. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Any reptiles, absolutely hate them. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, totally. So,
especially gnomes.
There are appetizers, hors d'oeuvres, canapes, and drink that are being handed around, and yeah, that's about it for more or less right now. So, let's turn our attention to the other two, who, as they bid their friends farewell as they climb up onto the Bardo and make their way towards the Freehold. You guys head around the block. I assume between here and there you don your disguises, and
Yes.
you make your way up the alleyway that runs, well, technically it is a street, that runs to the southeast of the trophy room and then north.
Actually, one last thing. I'm actually gonna hand Gilgamesh my spring blade.
Oh. Spring blade.
Yes. Where are you? There you are. This is a lot easier to hide on your person in case you need a weapon. I'm fine. I have my dagger of doubling. I can hide that easily.
Well, alright. I'll give this a shot.
Alright. And I'm gonna put my dagger of doubling and hide it inside my roof runner's boots. Because it has a secret slot there.
Yep.
And yeah.
On the
That's
eastern
it.
side of the trophy room, you do find that there are entrances that are not for guests. Those that are for employees, those that are for deliveries, and the like. It's very easy to discern what the uniform of the trophy room is. You've been there. You do see that, unlike what Vic saw at the Lutz Manor House, there is a uniform here. Something that every person wears, same colors, same stripes, exactly the same. So, Daxius, you were able to use your the Dust of Illusion to give yourself a matching uniform, and Gilgamesh, since you are not pretending to be a employee, you are still able to go in through the front, as you did when you guys came to patronize the dance competition. Any last words before you guys go in?
I'll put on my hat of disguise and make myself look like a short, medium length hair, brown hair, half elf.
I don't like that description. Any last words, guys?
Yeah, that's
I put on
very worrying.
I put on the halfling disguise, and I'm how will I know which room to wait outside?
You were told, were you not? You were there when he said.
Remind me of the details.
It's 318.
318. Okay.
Can I check how many floors there are in this building?
17.
There appear to be 3. Perhaps there might be like an attic where maybe there's servants or like other housing quarters for employees, but there are 3.
So you know how room numbers work, right? Please tell me you at least know that.
Kind of.
It'll be on the 3rd floor, most likely.
Okay.
But it's possible that it won't be. I don't know. Sometimes rich people like to do weird things. But it'll probably be on the 3rd floor, if I had to guess.
I like to imagine that dwarves have an opposite system where since they dig down, the numbers increase the further down you go. So Gilgamesh just gets confused.
I mean, maybe.
Well, good thing Daxius explained it to me.
Well, any final words before we go? We probably shouldn't converse with each other after we enter.
I don't know you and you don't know me, but I'm gonna make sure that everything gets done the way it needs to get done.
Good man. Give you like a tap on the shoulder. All right, mission begins now. Good luck, soldier.
I head for the entrance.
Okay.
I head for the back door, and I will just nonchalantly, just casually walk up. Someone's moving something, I'll help move it and just start pick something up, and I'll just go inside with it.
So, your compatriots, your cohorts, where are they? Are they just staying outside, keeping an eye on the actual street?
I think I want them to be, maybe I should have brought 3. It's too late, I already said so. I'll have one be outside watching the street, yeah. And then I'll have the half-orc go inside and keep a watch on the inside.
Okay. I'm assuming that you dress them so that they at least don't stand
Yes,
out.
I gave them the dust of illusion and stuff to make them look nicer.
All right, cool. So, you go in. The area that you immediately enter into looks primarily like just hallways that go back towards storage rooms and a kitchen scullery. You do hear a lot of noise that comes from the kitchen, and there are people moving in and out. Somebody walks past you from coming behind you, going towards the front, and just sort of just moves around you, doesn't even look at you, just keeps fucking moving.
Yep, just let them pass.
Yeah, at least for now, nobody seems to notice.
Just to blend in before doing anything, I'm gonna take 10 minutes and just do normal work.
You find yourself shunted back into the scullery, moving heavy shit. Because people don't recognize you, they think that you're new fry, so they're giving you all the miserablest shit possible. No one asks, by the way, no one asks you your name. No one.
Thank God.
The regular people do not seem to care at all.
Yeah.
You are a face to them.
Tracks. Yeah, I just keep my head down and do some work for a little bit.
Alright. Rugamesh, you come in through the front. It is definitely busier in here. There are people that are carting luggage up for the people who stay here, the actual patrons. There are cleaning staff that you see moving around. It's a well-adorned place. You've been in here. It's high-value woods. Everything's shined to perfection. A lot of brass and bronze decorations, scrolling. Generally brand new looking wallpaper with very intricate floral patterns. There is expensive crystal, lead crystal lighting, most likely magical in nature. It is beautiful. This is the ritziest of the Ritz. In the front, in the lobby and seating area, the concierge's desk is to the rear, and you do see employees coming and going, which includes food that's actually being carted up and then moved up steps to serve to those in the rooms. There are a set of large staircases which wind their way up onto the second floor and then double back around to go up to the third. So basically, when you stand at the center on top of a very expensive-looking Kadashi rug, you're able to look pretty much all the way to the ceiling on the third floor.
Wow.
There's a lot of artwork. There's a lot of expensive porcelain urns and vases. There are sculptures, and you do hear music being played from the entertainment room. Basically the same ballroom / bar / restaurant that you guys were in for the dance competition. What do you do? Because you're gonna be there for a little while. You don't notice Daxius.
I'm gonna... There wouldn't happen to be any lounges or anything on the, I'm gonna go up to the third floor and see if there are any lounges up there, or any sort of seating, but I'm gonna roll a stealth before I go up there.
Sure, you're able to go upstairs. Nobody really paid, because you're dressed well enough, extremely well enough, that no one looks at you. You are what is expected of the patrons that... So you're able to go up the stairs, and I'm assuming that your clothes translated over, or you try to mimic them when you use the hat of disguise to appear like a hat. There is a scant amount of seating on both the second and third floor, kind of in the same area. And when you pass the second floor and when you go up to the third, you do see there is a single hallway which runs back. Well, technically off to your left, running the length of the building and then bending out of sight. You are able to hear sounds of people moving up the hallways, and while there is some seating here, it definitely seems like a kind of place where people are taking a small rest rather than this is a place that somebody would sit and read or something for a very long time. So, I think you can sit there for a while and not really be noticed.
I want to find room Girugamesh is counting on his fingers. 318, and make sure I have a line of sight to it before I sit down and put my feet up, I guess.
So, you go back, and it's basically it's even odd as it goes back, and they are numbered. Very small, but they are actually numbered. You get to 12 before the hallway banks out of sight and goes back. And the hallway continues back a little more, kind of going towards the direction that Daxius went in through the building. And it ends, you get to the back of the hallway at 320 on one side, 319 the other. And then ahead of you appears to be more or less a water closet, a commode. And even in this era, while the amenities for a hotel would be much nicer here than for somebody of a lower class, having a private bathroom is not... You might get that perhaps in Port Azar, but that's a city of 250,000, and this is a city of 20,000. So where you would sit, you can't get like a direct view, but there's only one way you can come in and go out.
Right. So I'm just gonna, kind of turn the chair that direction and, look kind of low to see people coming and keep an earshot out for people coming the other way behind me.
I'm assuming that you leave his cohort.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not bringing them.
You go upstairs and basically that's the last you see of them. So 10-15 minutes pass. Daxius, you're eventually pulled away by someone you think is like a manager, who it is a halfling man who age is a bit difficult to place, probably in his 50s or 60s. Kind of like, you come here? What's your name? Don't answer, I don't care. Please, come.
I come.
You have an order you have to deliver up at room 222. Once you're done with that, make sure that there are absolutely no customers who need to have luggage taken upstairs. Once you are done with that, we have a few deliveries that are being made before the festivities tonight. We will need some hands in order to move that inside and to catalog it. And he just like looks really fucking stressed for a moment and then goes, okay. Repeat back to me what I just told you.
There's an order that needs to be taken up to
You're fired.
Bring out a notepad and pen. I'm sorry, I haven't had my smoke break yet. It's I'll take out like a quill.
It is 222.
222. Okay.
We will have the food available for you here in covered trays. Don't drop it.
Yes, sir.
Once you are done with that, return back here to the reception. Make sure there are no customers waiting to have their luggage moved upstairs. If there are, tend to it. If not, return here, and we will get you back into the scullery until these deliveries arrive. I'm assuming that you can handle that.
I can handle that, yes. 222, delivery, look out for anyone needing luggage going upstairs, come back and work more on the scullery.
And if Mr. Halfpine says anything to you, do whatever he tells you.
Mr. Halfhind?
Halfhines, the owner.
Hines. Yes. Gotcha. Alright. I'll be on that right away. Sir.
See to it, thank you. And he just turns and like goes off and starts yelling at somebody else to like move something. Clean this. Get your ass in gear, so on and so. At the front in the kitchen, you were handed a pretty large serving. It is weirdly heavy, despite what it is. The cook who hands it to you just tells you, "It's for heavy, don't drop it."
Yes, sir.
He hands it to you and immediately turns away.
All right. Do I have to make? I'm not gonna ask unless you want me to, but I'll take the trays in my hand and balance them as best I can.
Yeah, it is a bit heavy, but it's not like it's not like you're trying to balance like bowling balls on like a flat surface and keep them from moving.
Okay.
You get outside of the kitchen into the hallway. You do have to do like a little bit of like this and that to get around both employees coming this way, going that way, and then once you get into the reception, making your way through people that are coming and going, as well as bellboys taking luggage to and fro. The steps are pretty wide, thank God. This is an era where runners and risers are not standardized, so be lucky that the runners are pretty fucking wide and the risers are pretty fucking wide. So you're able to get up the stairs. It takes a little bit of time. There's a couple times when people like give you really wide berth or like get a little close and you get like a little bit of like, oh shit. But you get up to the second floor. Just like I described to Gilgamesh on the third floor, the layout here is exactly the same, although thankfully, or excuse me, as I said, the doors actually do go deeper down into the hallway.
Okay.
A few couples pass you going the other way, and you're able to get to the door without any problem.
I don't make eye contact with anyone the entire time.
No one tries to with you either.
Yeah, and I will knock on the door and just wait with the stuff in my hands.
Sure.
Delivery!
You hear like somebody say something inside, and then you hear footsteps, door opens, and there's a heavy set, like human man. I don't want to say like this heavy set for this era would probably be relatively like on the not fat side for an American. So European heavy set. So
Right. Do I recognize the man like even like a little bit?
give me a knowledge local.
Sure, I can bomb that. Yeah.
The face seems kind of familiar. You're not sure where you can place it. Perhaps you might have seen him while you were here during the dance competition. Maybe he was another performer. Maybe he was. It's hard to tell. And he's not dressed in extremely nice clothes. He's not like buck naked or anything like that. But he is in like the period accurate underclothes. So like an undershirt, like those thinner breeches that go down to his feet, that kind of thing. And he says, "Oh, thank you, please," and just brings you in. He just gestures for you to set it down.
I place it all out very neatly and kind of just start opening up the plates for display and start going, here we have a rabbit stew, as you ordered.
He's like, yes, very good, very good. And he like he reaches like to where his pocket would be, realizes he isn't wearing like a jacket, and then turns around, goes to the end table, and like he gives you like 4 coppers and says, "Yeah, for your tip."
You are far too kind, sir.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Now, please go. Thank you.
I will swiftly make my way out without another word. Shut the door behind me.
And you hear somebody inside say, "Is that the food?" "Yes, that was the food." It just kind of dies off.
I look down at the copper. What
You're
a
rich.
fucking insult.
Yeah.
I'm just going to. I'll just pocket it in a loose pocket for now, where nothing else is, and before actually heading up, I am actually going to go downstairs and look for anyone who Did I see anyone actually when I was going upstairs in the first place who needed luggage moved at all?
No, they seem to be pretty well taken care of. You do see your cohorts sort of like lingering around. One is like in the bar area. Another one is sitting. That's the monk who seems to be reading something pretty light. He blends in pretty okay.
Okay.
Waving, saying, "Hey, Daxius."
Yeah.
Blowing the cover immediately.
That would be Princess. Princess would do that shit.
Oh yeah, that's why I left Princess outside.
Yeah. Princess would do that shit. These two are at least bright enough to not do that.
I will. Do I? Or I going just straight up wouldn't be a good idea. How long has it been since I've entered? Like 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Maybe like 15 minutes, yeah.
Okay. While I'm gonna wait on the second floor and wait for someone to like wait for the hallway to be empty.
Mhm.
And I want to send a message to Gilgamesh and just say, I need a little more time. If I was to leave now, they would know right away that something's wrong. I need to ingratiate myself just a few minutes more, if you can wait.
That's how we lost Daxius. From that point on, he just committed to the role.
Yeah.
Another 4 years, guys, then I'll be their trusted friend.
the manager. It's just that the manager seems. I need to pay my debts, okay?
Got student loans.
Yeah, exactly.
I respond back. Good to know you're safe. I'll look for you coming up. And, I'm polishing jewelry in the meantime.
Right. I will send a message back, actually. If I take longer than another 20 minutes, let's say, I want you to come actually find me and make a complaint to me. And I will help you with it as a servant. If it's longer than like another 25 minutes-ish. I don't want to be too long.
I can come.
Alright. Has anyone entered that room?
Have I noticed anyone, Gray? No.
You've seen some people like exit the hallway, but you haven't seen anybody like go back that is obviously like having things like they're checking in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright, thank you. And I am going to head back. Because that manager struck me as someone that would very much come and investigate if I didn't come back. Very much, hey, what the fuck is taking that guy so long kind of attitude.
Yeah.
So I just want to make that guy happy in the short term. So I'll come back and just say everything's taken care of, and I'll go right back to the scullery.
Okay. Yeah. You're back there for a little while longer, maybe like 5-10 minutes before you're brought out that there are some deliveries that are being made, primarily coming here into the kitchen or actually going into the bar.
Okay.
The ones that are going back there are primarily liquor in crates.
Okay.
You're not the only person that's pulled away to do this. It's like you and like 4 or 5 other people.
Of course, I'll take like a crate of liquor and take it up to whatever room it's needed in, and after that, I'll decide that's good enough, and I'll head up to the 3rd floor.
Okay.
As I'm going up the stairs, just to be safe, I'm going from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. I'll cast Vanish on myself.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm right behind you.
Well,
No one's entered?
a couple people have left. But
Okay, perfect. Just... Yeah, alright, give me a second. And I'm going to put my head up to the door, and just listen inside and see if I hear anything. Anyone inside?
I'll say Garugamesh is on like the corner of the hallway, just with his, foot propped up against the wall, just leaning back into it, listening.
Okay. You don't hear anything on the other side.
Alright, I'm going to try the door first, just to see if by chance it's unlocked.
No, it
Probably
is
not.
locked.
Okay, I thought so, but I wanted to just make sure.
Or you might. Do you have detect magic?
Actually, that is a... Thank fuck for you do, because I would have completely forgot. I am going to pull out my wand of detect magic. I don't think there'll be any magic on the door,
No,
per
'cause
se,
It's part of
but-
the building. It's not.
Yeah.
somebody's-
I'm just going to try and unlock it, but that is a good call. I am going to have to look out for that.
Yeah, like hastily you try to go for it and it doesn't turn over.
Shit. Actually, that should be... Because I have Master lockpicks, that should be a +4.
Okay. Even with that, it doesn't necessarily give way, but you feel like you're, a little bit more and you should be okay.
Okay, even if it doesn't open... Actually, wait, didn't my lockpicks break in the dungeon?
No.
Rugamesh broke them.
That's right. So I don't have those lockpicks anymore. I
Oh, you
forgot.
fixed them.
Correct.
So with the one pick broken, they just stop being masterwork.
Okay, that's fine.
So until you
Well,
get
they
them
were
fixed, they're
technically
just-
concealable, which made them masterwork, but they're still concealable.
Yeah, they're still concealable. In the actual use of the tools, until you get them fixed, they're just considered to be regular tools.
Okay. I'll try again.
Alright? Very good. that time, the lock does give way.
All right. Okay. I will peer inside before fully committing to entering.
Okay.
Just crack the door open.
You find the room to be dark. There is no fire lit in the very small hearth in the corner. It is I guess I would call it like a junior suite. Like it's a larger room, but it's not like it's like several different rooms attached. That's all one, like, suite that somebody's staying in.
Right. Okay. I'm just going to take off like a piece of my clothing that's under the illusion. Just comes unillusioned, and I'm going to close the door and stuff it so that any light that would come out from under the door would block any of that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast dancing lights just so I can see better inside the room.
So, all right. So, this is what you find within the room. As a junior suite, the room that you are in presently is sort of like a small sitting area. There's a hearth up against the one wall with a flue that most likely goes into a centralized like unit. There's a table, a couch, a sitting chair. There's a small bookshelf. And then at your back and to the left, there is a single door which is open, leading into most likely the bed. The room is well acquainted, well appointed. It is very well decorated. There is a single window in this room, but it is covered with whatever qualifies as a period-accurate blackout curtain.
Okay. Just first thing I do before I take another step in here, I'm going to use the wand of detect magic, which I have to do a spell. Actually, no, I know that it's my spell list, so it just happens automatically.
Okay. You definitely do detect that there are things that are magical, not necessarily in this room, but within the radius of that spell.
I need to look at the details of this because I never used detect magic.
Doesn't it? I thought detect magic made the magic items glow.
Ah, thank you.
It can.
It can, yeah.
Round 1, you just get if there's magic or not, and then round 2, I think, is the another detail, and then another detail on round 3. It might be the number, and then you get the fine stuff.
Yeah. Round 1 is just whether or not there's items. Second round is the number of items and how strong they are. And 3 is the actual strength and location of the items.
Yeah, I'll wait all 3 rounds just to be safe.
Okay.
I would like to know, especially about the second one, the number and how the aura of the most powerful one.
So, you do basically you only detect 2 magical items, at least as you're standing there. One of which, both of them are of relatively similar strengths. Let me just make sure about that.
Like faint, moderate, strong.
Both
Probably
of them
not
are moderate.
Moderate, okay.
One falls into the School of Evocation, the other one into the School of Conjuration.
I'm just going to do any of them. I'm going to approach both of those items and see if either of them are the book. Probably not, but just to, I don't know if the book's magical.
You go back to the door leading into the bedroom, and this is what you see. Inside is a queen-size bed, has a canopy over it. There is a armoire against the wall. There is a chest of drawers across from the foot of the bed. There is a table which is obviously used for makeup. The word I'm looking for. A vanity. A vanity table with a bowl full of water for cleaning. It's all pretty standard stuff. On the chest, which is sitting at the base of the bed, there are several sets of like luggage. One of which is one of the sets of magic. It is actually the entire bed.
Yeah.
The second one
Steal the bed.
Is on the chest of drawers itself. It is a kind of like a necklace looking thing that has a pretty, maybe about yay size piece of smoothed ironstone sitting to it.
Ooh.
Take it.
Maybe actually steal the bed.
I would
Take it.
love to steal that, but
Don't.
I really shouldn't.
Lance,
Take
take
out
it
a
on
knife
the
and
eyes.
take the ion stone.
Oh yeah, that'll that's basically not the same thing at all. That's yeah, totally. They won't notice that.
And that can't end catastrophically.
Especially because it
No.
seems familiar. The build
The build?
seems familiar.
Huh.
Roll an int check, see where you recognize it from.
Am I
You were
allowed to do
conceived
that?
on.
I feel like your character would be bright enough to know this because you were just given one for free.
Right. Okay. I thought it was said it was attached to a necklace.
Mhm.
Ascending stone on a. Okay, interesting.
It is not glowing,
Okay.
so it has no magic.
Oh, to pick it up and just say howdy and put it back down.
That would be amazing. I'm gonna get a closer look at that bag and see. I'm not gonna touch it, but I want to investigate it and see if I can ascertain the nature of its enchantment.
Okay.
It's a
Like I
spell
said,
craft.
it is conjuration. It is the entire bag. It looks like kind of the way it's designed. It's designed in the same way that like a doctor's bag would. So wide, narrow, with like a top that you'd open, like a maw.
Okay.
It is not the only bag, box, luggage piece that is sitting here. It's just the only one that is glowing. And now that you
Right,
move
let's-
to the
yeah.
end of the bed, you do see on the end table on the other side of the bed against the wall is what appears to be like I want to call it like a personal bag that is open. You can kind of see some things within, including the spines of books.
Oh, if I could see spines of books, I'll quickly sift through and see if I can find the one matching the description I'm looking for.
So, the book that you were given by Ashe, I think I described it as being leather bound, not thick, but maybe like, It is also metal hinged and has like a solid lock on the front. You find within there one which matches the same kind of build.
Okay. It's not magical?
No.
Okay. Also, just as a side thing, I don't know if it'll be important at all. Probably not, but just as a reminder, I do have a +4 bonus to see through any illusions.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just in case it matters. But yeah, I will. If that's, I'm just going, since it doesn't have any enchantments on it. I'm just going to sift through it and just kind of confirm for myself that it's the one I'm looking for.
It is locked.
It is locked.
It is locked.
I will search for traps on this lock.
Alright.
I think he... Okay.
Nothing apparent. You don't feel anything like, because you have detect magic up, you don't sense any kind of magical auras off.
Okay. Just being safe. And I'll
Hey,
try and
would it?
open
Would it? Oh, never mind. Too late.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, fuck. All right.
So
Yeah,
it seems as though Daxius is already committed to this, so I will say I am pretty sure Siegfried Ashe told us not to open it.
He explicitly
he
said
did. He did say
He
that.
did.
No,
Very much so.
that's right. It has been like what, like 2 months since we were originally given this task. So
yeah, like
it's
outside
been like a
of
day.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only been
so-
1 day. I don't know why you would forget.
yeah.
Your character will remember that you were told, don't open it.
Yes. Okay. I won't open it then, and I will just bring out the piece of paper and I'll start doing the thing. I'll start copying it over. Actually, before I do that, I'll send a message to Gilgamesh saying, I'm starting the process now. Exactly an hour from now. make sure I'm undisturbed. You got this, pal.
Roger, Roger.
Yeah, set the timer on your Apple Watch.
Yeah.
You set the 2 books down, you read off the incantation on the spell sheet that Ash gave you, and you see, basically, you can hear the sound of, like, scribbling going on in one of the books.
It's gonna be a very boring hour, isn't it?
Garugamesh is over there counting up to, 60 minutes in his head.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
Where was
That's
I
about
again?
5:45.
Okay.
Also, give me a perception.
Who?
You.
Big money.
Okay. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
So, we're coming up on about 6 o'clock. Those of you who are up at the Freehold, what do you do with the time beforehand? Or do you need more information?
Well, what are our options?
I actually did have something I wanted to do. So I'm trying to, by ingratiating myself with the beast folk, I'm trying to get dirt on the nobles in this city. I feel like they would have some real grievances.
The people who have no relationship to the rich folk probably have less information than the other rich folk.
Nah, but they have real grievances. I'll talk to I'm just trying to get dirt on people here.
Sure. Ragan, who
diplomacy?
is the Knoll, doesn't seem to know much about anything. He seems to be a pretty cheery individual, but he definitely seems to be a couple cylinders short of an engine. Which maybe shouldn't be shocking. The kobold, who you learn his name is Irchek, he definitely is able to commiserate with you for a little bit, bitching about some of the locals. He says he's been shaken down by the guards a couple times already, for one thing or another. He says he's been accused of stealing shit. He says he's been accused of murdering some bitch. And he just more or less is like, as soon as this party is over, I'm getting on my fucking salamander and I'm leaving. The white-furred rat folk, whose name is Blinks, he's probably the most eloquent and amiable out of all of them. He tells you pretty much outright, I don't really know much about any of the people here in this city. I try not to learn about, the ones that don't exactly have as much fur as we do. Sure, I heard Urchek bitch about being shaken down. I mean, we were too. I don't know what the hell either of those were about. I don't really care. More or less, I just want to eat, I want to get the laurel, and I want to leave.
So why are you here then? I assume at a game that this is like a special event. Is like anyone allowed to come here?
Well, we're here because we were winners, weren't we? We were there too. Are we kicked in the head?
Oh yeah, that's.
We've been running into this issue this session where too much time has passed in between key events.
Too much
Hmm.
time on our hands.
We're here to, pretty much to get paid, to eat really expensive food, to piss off the assholes like those over there. And he like points over at some nobles that are kind of side-eyeing you, and like you see the woman just kind of like, and then like start fanning at herself. And he's like, yeah, lady. All right, just pretend you didn't meet my eyes. Yeah, fuck you too. Make a little show of it and fuck off afterwards. Because if we have to put up with those assholes, they're gonna put up with us. Between you and me, I'm half tempted to send Ragan down to the prince and make a show of himself. And he would do it, because he doesn't know better.
Yes, I understand the hatred and the distrust towards the nobles. and I'm talking lowly as I say this, a lot of them, they play games that are above my head. I don't care much for them, but their food is good and their furnishings are comfortable. But I understand your wariness. So, if I'm being honest, a lot of them annoy me.
Well, it's better now than it's been.
I suppose so, and hopefully it only gets better.
Have you been to
From
the
here.
south lately?
Oh, it's been it's been a great many years since I've been in the south, friend.
You know, ever since the humans down there stopped killing each other, things have been a lot more pleasant for people like us. Really, the only reason
That's
we
true.
came up here was the chance of money.
Hmm. A driving factor for sure. Only reason I'm up here is because, well, the opportunities seem to be a lot, well, better.
Hmm.
So, you could say that we're here for similar reasons.
Well, fair enough.
I will
Well,
say
they-
there is quite a lot of things going on in this country, quite a lot of problems that need solved. It's a good place for us adventurers.
I suppose so, but when it comes to the humans, it seems like a whole lot of not my fucking problem.
Is there a coin that's good, not their problems?
Yeah, and sometimes they'll give us one to take care of the other. But as soon as we're done, or then the dirt's gone, suddenly they don't want to see us anymore. And his eyes kind of move around. You're able to see like other officials that work here. You do recognize the Chancellor speaking with the prince here and there, and then kind of moving on. And he says, "I always fucking hated wizards like them. They always think like they just own the whole fucking world."
Yeah, I'm mostly shooting the shit with him, not saying too much of really importance or substance, just kind of like ingratiating myself and, you know, talking honestly mostly small talk.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I hate these guys too. Oh, I'm here for money. Weather has been weird. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, like I said, you do learn that he hasn't been with any of his own like caravans in a very long time. Hasn't been in the Underdark in a pretty long time as well. Doesn't like it down there. Quite a lot of ratfolk liking that. Aircheck kind of butts in to voice his own complaints.
Oh wait, hold on. He's been to the Underdark?
Yeah, he's ratfolk.
Ooh, hold on. I might actually pivot and start asking him about that. Which it probably seems natural for Sven to, because he's never really met somebody who has stories from the Underdark. And I think there's, like, not just curiosity because the person who's coming in is from the Underdark, but genuine, like, oh, that's actually something that really interests me. Tell me about it.
So he tells you that, he grew up with a colony of other ratfolk kind of moving around. They kind of keep to themselves because it's dangerous as fuck. And he says he pulls down his like shirt and shows like the marks on his neck and says, "You know what those are from?
What?
Collar. Drow.
Oh.
They like putting them on the people that they like to call their own little property, so that even if we were to kick the bucket between, now and then, we still end up serving them for some other fucking purpose, even in death. Our souls can't cross over into the afterlife."
Oh, it's that kind of collar.
Yeah.
I've heard and seen these collars before. The people who I used to travel with, we went through some of their lands before, and it is quite a gruesome fate.
Yeah, well, I don't know who exactly invented them, if it was humans that gave it to the Drow, or the Drow that took it from humans. I don't fucking care. Whatever the humans made, the Drow perfected. The Underdark's a dangerous place. It's a place where really only the strongest among you are even going to possibly survive. Because if it isn't one of the monsters, the rock trolls, or something like that kills you. It'll be some dwerger that come along with poles that have spiked hooks on the end that wrap around your neck or your waist or leg. And then suddenly you're forced into working for some drow house as they try to kill each other in their sleep.
No, this might come off as a strange question to ask, but do you know of any weaknesses that drow have, in case we come across one?
I mean, if you're talking about physical stuff, man, I don't know. If you're talking about, challenge them. They're stupid enough and they're honorable enough that they won't turn it down. Of course, that's, assuming that they have others to look on. Challenge one in private, and he'll just shoot you. With the drow, a lot of it's appearance. That's what it's always been. Appearance. They're pretty, I'll give them that. And they smile real big. And that's when they show you their teeth. Pray you don't run into any.
Seem like a nasty kind of folk. He pauses. GM, I would like to roll some kind of intelligence check to see if we can maybe bring this guy in on the plan, if that's a good idea, because he might really hate Drow and be up for this. I don't know if
Sure, roll me an intelligence check.
Okay, because I as a player, I'm not sure if that's such a good idea, but it could be.
It could be fun.
Based on the way he's dressed, which is relatively nice, the way he has held himself, the way he speaks, you definitely get that he is a brighter individual. You haven't run into too many rat folk in the past, and those that you have run into have been pretty baser. Kind of like the gnoll that's presently chowing down on at least 3 meals worth of hors d'oeuvres right off of the tray. Yeah. He is definitely a lot more controlled. He seems to be a lot more level-headed. You also get the idea that he would definitely go in for something if it meant taking revenge on somebody he hates. That he is indeed a mercenary by trade, and this might fall into the category of mercenary.
Do I have an idea roughly of what level he might be?
Christ. Roll me a d20. And also give me a perception.
He's level 11, guys. Okay, hold on. Perception. Wow.
So he is dressed in his armor, which is extremely well kept. Even from here, you're able to tell that it is mithril. It is also made specifically for him. It wasn't made and then just repurposed into something for a creature his size. He isn't armed, obviously, because no one in here is, or isn't supposed to be. But you remember him having at least 2 or 3 weapons, primarily blades, in the arena. Based on that D10, you're thinking he's at least your level.
Okay. He might be... Okay. Sven thinks on it and says, "Say, would you mind meeting me after this party at the tavern?" At a game, I forget the name of the tavern. I don't know why.
The Lion and Lady?
Okay. Yeah, the Lion. Would you perhaps join me for a drink in the Lion and Lady?
He looks like he's been drinking out of a champagne flute.
I also want to as I say that, I'm trying to give the look of this isn't just a friendly invitation. There might be business to it.
Bedroom wise.
Yeah, I'm giving
So-
him bedroom eyes.
That's like he kind of looks up and down you and says, "Yeah, I don't usually go in for cat and mouse, but I don't know, maybe it's been
No,
a
I'm
real
not
fucking
giving
long
him
time."
bedroom eyes, Gray.
No, even before you mentioned that was gonna be my response.
Oh.
He does mention he's like, "I've never seen catfolk as big as you." Fuck.
Finn's pretty good.
Yes, it's a rare genetic condition. You know how some humans can be as short as halflings. Some
Fuck is a
catfolk can
genetic
be.
condition.
It's something you're born with.
Oh,
It's the same way, except the other direction. You see, it's how some humans can be as short as halflings. Also, some can be, well, not as tall as giants, but as tall as me. It's actually not the best thing. I have to duck through every opening. I have back pain occasionally. It's not the best thing, but it is nice. You know, the ladies seem to like it, and well, I won't lie. That's gotten me. Anyway, yes, perhaps we could discuss something. Not those kinds of things, but some business after the party. I might know some things about the rouse.
yeah, maybe. I guess if there's some money in it for me, sure.
Right.
Okay. Vernix and Vic, what are you doing during this?
I was trying to find out about associates of the Countess.
Give me
Probably not. It's not super subtly, but you know.
Guess that would also fall into knowledge local.
I think you can use diplomacy for gathering information.
Yes,
One of
but I'm trying my damnedest not to. Because it'll be a terrible roll that'll eat a D4 hours of my time.
Well,
I'm just trying to get someone to tell me and be like, who is it that heard there'd be someone interesting coming in?
yeah, give me a knowledge local, and because it wouldn't be like hours of your time, literally everyone's in one room.
Okay.
So, no
Just
going
'cause
door
I'm
to
like-
door.
I'm like, oh, I remember that gather information check.
Mm-hmm.
It was just if you happen to know of anyone like that. Yeah, he's not very good about clandestine, however you say it.
Go ahead and give me knowledge local.
Operations. I have no such knowledge.
Oof.
I know
Then
this
give
much.
me a charisma.
Welp, it'll be the same bonus.
Okay. That's actually not bad. Okay. So,
That one is though.
well, it was one or the other, and you already rolled the one, so that one actually wasn't bad. You get a kind of an idea that most of the noble houses here in town maybe not have like relations with them, but they seem to have dealings with them. You also get an idea that like nobody seems to know much about like what other people are doing with that. There's ones that are like, oh, this family has like land claims with them, or this family has business plans, but then you'll go and talk to somebody and they'll be like, no, they don't. Like these people over here, it's very much a like, who the fuck knows what.
Oh yes, pardon my confusion, as I continue to take this in all like wide-eyed. But if any of the rest of the party is there, like giving them a look on occasion, like, oh god, what I'm hearing. Yeah. And you also, interesting. Quite funny that I'm hearing so many different tales from just about everybody. Oh, shit.
And as for like people that are coming in, most people like here don't really keep up with a lot of that kind of stuff. But they say if somebody important's coming in, they're probably here or they will be eventually. They don't really know. Not much to say about that.
Yeah. I'll try and see if I can, in some amount of free time, like scribble down something and then have Etor take over the rough notation of that to the other two.
Okay. Yeah, that's really no problem, and they're not exactly difficult to find since you're all pushed in the same very, very large room.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, what have you been doing leading up to Etor hobbling over you and pulling your pants?
Probably just trying to avoid talking to anyone, for the most part.
Give me perception.
Sure.
Okay. Nearing 6 o'clock, which is probably about when Vernix sends Etor over with a note, you actually do see Talia show up with a woman walking with her, an elven woman, speaking with one another. You also see, so you do recognize some other faces in here. Like I said, you've seen Julian Unger, you've seen the Prince. You do see Captain Jaeger speaking with a couple other people on the other side. And as Talia enters, he looks up and starts kind of working his way over to them. You also actually see Ashe as well, dressed very nicely and playing nice. You do recognize a couple other noble faces here in the town, or here in the room, whether they're those you've seen here in the Freehold or about town. It seems like this is the place to be. So, just as you watch Captain Jaeger walking around the far side, you feel the tug at your trouser leg.
Looks sounds like. Yeah. I assume you have something for me.
He holds up the paper like stretch sideways.
Thank you. So you can eventually he just like kind of holds it for a second and just thank you. This is good to know. Thank you. And just kind of pats him on the shoulder.
He goes off towards wherever Sven is if he's visible. If not, he just flies up above the crowd and figures it out.
Actually, I'm invisible.
You learned the invisibility spell somehow.
Yes.
I retrained into it. I'm actually a level 7 wizard now, guys.
Alright.
Good old invis.
Yeah.
Always good for the social situations.
Etor is able to find him without too much problem. That Sven is not difficult to find in a crowd. For several different reasons.
Yeah.
So, some time passes and you kind of hear a call that food is going to be served and to, take seats where possible. You're told that there isn't necessarily a assigned seating or anything like that, but that there is certain areas. You do see Talia kind of walks over to you, leaving the other woman at the back of, the front of the hall, and she kind of tells you, as well as the outsiders who are wandering with you, Sven, you'll probably be sitting up near the front.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, yeah, you, the outsiders and stone warders are all sat pretty near to the front. Most of those that are sitting on the upper dais are the prince and other important individuals in his circle. The food's pretty decent. Well, maybe a little more than pretty decent. It's decadent. It's expensive. It is everything and more that you could possibly want, and it seems to be pretty much bottomless. Whether
Spence had
magically
better.
or otherwise. So, for those of you who have dietary restrictions, you don't have to worry about that. For those of you who want to hork down literally whatever you put in your face, like Ragon is, that's no problem either. The dinner goes on for a little while, maybe about 6:30. You do see the prince stand up and like knock at his glass with a fork, which does get people to quiet down, despite it seeming like it shouldn't. And he calls out, saying, "Well, it has been another fantastic year for the Principality, and we've had an absolutely great showing this year at the festival's tournament. We're actually glad to have not one, not two, but indeed 3 different groups of victors here. Odd though might it be, but I'm not complaining, and I don't think any of the others up here are either." And there's a little laugh that goes through the crowd that the prince does not seem to give a shit, like one way or the other. It's very businesslike. He raises his one hand towards his chancellor as the smaller man rises to his feet and says, "We will be dispersing with the actual, I suppose, ceremony now. Julian, if you'd like to." And the man just kind of nods and, using magic, actually walks up over the table as if he's on steps, and then produces from within his robes the laurel which Giru had made for the Red Temple, and says, "I will be proud to be handing this over to not just one group, but to 3. First, to the outsiders," and he reaches up, grabs the other side, and begins pulling. The laurel glows and then pulls apart into 2 equal units. Identical laurels. He then holds it out, mutters a few words, and the laurel floats out over the open air and sets itself down in between the outsiders. There is a wave of applause for that. That's relatively impressive. Those of you who are familiar with magic, duplicating things is a fucking feat. To the stone warders, and he repeats it, pulling the other way, duplicating it once more, and sending it out to the stone warders. And finally, for the original, he lets it float up, gestures out, and says, "To the gatecrashers for taking victory this year." He kind of looks down and sees that there are seats that are empty. This is about 6:30, so this might be near the end of like when the copying should be. So regardless, you probably would not have left at this point, because I think you didn't start until like 5:45 or even almost closer to 6.
Yeah, I was being safe and running a little late, so that's fine.
The laurel comes down to rest in the palm of whoever reaches out to take it.
Then I'll take it.
After that, the prince does like clap, which gets the upper dais and then the hall as a whole to give a solid round of applause. As it breaks, or as it quiets down, the prince holds his hands up and says, "Once everyone is completed with their dinners, and you may stay there as long as you please. We're not planning on operating away the tables until about 7:30, but we will have some proper entertainment, not discounting the locals that we've hired, of course." Another like small round of chuckling. "But until then, please enjoy it. Enjoy the entertainment. We hope you enjoy the fireworks that we've imported up from the south. and to another year.
Here, here.
There is another round of applause. The prince takes his seat, and conversation resumes again. So,
You best
Daxius.
believe Sven is indulging.
yeah, I can believe that. This has been going on for a while. Like it is. How do I put this? It is numbing. It is mind fucking numbing.
Yeah. Dax is just sitting there, just waiting, starting to fall asleep a little bit.
Rudimus is still counting in his head.
59 Mississippi, 59 minutes. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
It's at about maybe about this time, like 6:30, like 45 minutes into it, when you notice on the bed, actually on the book that you picked up, there is a page which is not flush with it. That looks like it might have been placed inside, most likely relatively recently. That is askew. That like the edges you can touch.
In the book that I'm copying?
Yes.
Interesting. How much time do I have left? Roughly until this is done?
You have probably about 15 minutes or so.
Okay,
I
I've got
will
plenty
say
of
that the
time.
lock, like, it doesn't hold it, like, tight.
Right.
Like, it does, like, there is some play in it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take out one of my silent pittons I have and kind of just slide it under where the page is to keep that bookmarked. And I'm just going to...
As it comes
Just to
out...
be safe, just to be safe before I bring it out, I was just thinking, I'm going to cast... I didn't see it. Maybe it missed it. I'm just going to be safe and cast Detect Magic one more time and see if that page radiates as, I don't know, a glyph of warding.
You cast the spell. It does not glow.
Okay, thank God.
The piece that you did have out a little bit, you see that it is handwritten. And the piece that you get is the very end, which says, "Faithfully yours truly."
No, nothing else? No names?
Until you pull the rest of it out, no.
Okay, I'll pull the rest of it out, yeah.
All right. You find a handwritten missive. You're not totally certain where it came from, but the hand on it is pretty neat. You'll have a decent amount of time. You look down to the book, and it's still, you can still hear the scribbling. Giru, you have seen people go past you. Most don't pay attention to you. Nobody goes towards that door at all. It's kind of been mind-numbing. And I will read to you the contents of the letter after our break. Let's take about 15 minutes. So come back at 8:25, and I will have it for you. So.
Alrighty. See you guys then.
See you in just a little bit.
Peace.
All right. And we are back after our mid-stream break. So, as we left off, Daxius was trying to finish up the copying of the book that they had found in the room that Ashe told them to go to. And in it, based on a pretty decent perception roll, he managed to notice a loose page sticking out near the top of the book itself. It reads as such, and I will make it observable by the players in Foundry.
Nah.
It reads, "For your eyes only. The Chasers have been monitoring activity beneath Wettersturm. Drow and Dwerger activity listed among likely causes. Believable. Intent uncertain. Goals uncertain. Drow have never come this close to the surface in memory, at least around here. Dwerger never this subtle. Without wanton destruction, monsters unlikely. Something has been stirred up. No details available. Hearsay, eavesdropping on Chasers in their camp. They're restless. Desire action but restrained by captain. Maintaining magic seal priority. Keeping others out secondary. Complaint of what they guard being unclear. Captain mentions something regarding old wounds never healing. Have pretended to be huntsmen to gain entry but was rebuffed. No one is granted entry. They explain the forest on the other side of the magic seal is cursed, and those who enter exit hours later, having looked like they were gone for weeks and rarely know who they are, if they exit at all. Most do not. Magic barrier acts as deterrent, and a cage for the things within that have never passed through barrier going opposite direction. When questioned about what they guard, what those things are, the captain would only say a dead world and those who can't move on, and would not elaborate. Said I would never see it without guidance, which I did not ask for. Left before they became suspicious of a huntsman asking such questions. I've monitored locals living near Magic Seal around forest, superstitious, mundane. Claim a dead town lies within boundless forest. No one will provide name, saying name bad luck. Many other tales about what lies within, restless spirits, sleeping giant, and undead army, have all been floated. My favorite is that an Avernian gate, as suggested by the owner of Push Daisy's public house, one of the few around who is lettered. This is among only feasible options I've collected. They would be disappointed to find it only goes into the Underdark, not Avernus. Locals, peasants, farmers, drivers, herdsmen talk of monsters which kidnap the unwary and vulnerable. Many of the former, unwary and valuable. Many of the former, none of the latter. Local noble is absent, only surname of Torvacher is given, and little is known of them. Was told he was in Lunabrook at the Push Daisies. My contact in Lunabrook claims he is here, uncertain he exists at all. No records of anyone else taken, wives' tales. One last thing. I've been told a graveyard just outside Magic Seal. Without society training, unlikely to find it. Found meticulously kept, fastidious in its cleanliness. Almost abnormal. No signs of traces of magic. Villagers refused to acknowledge it and began to spin grand stories regarding it. Useless. Regardless, I'm keeping an eye on area, looking for way into mountains without going through forests, so far unsuccessful. If needed, I will make an attempt to secret the chasers' log away from them to copy. We must know whatever they do regarding suspicious activities, sightings, and methods by which the barrier and the forest may be bypassed. If I do not write another missive in coming weeks, assume worst and send the usual to the chasers for my retrieval. Faithfully, yours truly.
Just writing some core details down. I'm just writing stuff down right now, so you can skip to someone else if you want.
The other three, as you are at the dinner, you are primarily left to your own, I guess, devices, at least for a little while. The dinner, like I said, is pretty damn good, and eventually, as time goes on, you do see the woman that Talia walked in earlier. She's sitting with Talia, and the two of them seem to be speaking. With them a bit closer, you're able to see that the other woman is Elven, fairly pure-blooded, long blonde hair, age untellable really with elves. Pretty good-looking, elvish-like features, very well-dressed, but well in a way that I think only those who have a certain amount of taste would know. It's all really simple, but the lines, the cut, and the quality of the fabric is all pretty So Sven might see that. Giru and Daxius might if they were there. Phoenix and Vic, I probably don't think he would. Daxius, do you once you're finished copying down what you think is worthwhile copying, I guess you push the letter back.
Yeah, I push it back exactly where I found it.
Okay.
Basically, that's why I put the pit in there, so I had like a bookmark, and then I'll just put it exactly as I found it, like it was never touched.
Okay. Giru, outside, it's definitely been quiet. It's been taking a while. You were already made aware that it's going to take a while. You do notice like some people come up. A few walk past you. None go to that door, but there is a couple of moments where it's like they're getting close. Okay, they turned before. Things like that. A little too close shaved. Put this. Anywho. The rest of the copying does complete. It takes the solid hour, like Ash told you, but you are able to tell when it stops. You hear the scratching and scribbling of the magic nib. Just.
All right. With that, I'll immediately put the original book back where I found it, exactly the same as I found it. I will take some time with every step and just meticulously go over it and just make sure everything's just as it was.
Okay.
And I'll take my book, and the book that I was given also has a lock on it, right?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. That would have been too easy. I'll put that away.
Okay.
And I'll it's so tempting to steal something, but I'll just message Gilgamesh and tell him, there's the job's done. How's it looking out there?
Coast is clear.
All right.
How do you want to exit?
Probably invisibly. I think I'll just go back to my duties, and then I'll either quit or just walk out without anyone noticing, hopefully. We'll see. But they need to... I can't just disappear. Not with that manager.
Brush by me on your way out while you're invisible, so I'll know you made it out of the room.
Alright, speaking of bosses, my actual friend just messaged me, so... Never mind, it's not important. I will take one last look at the box that had the conjuration, did you say, on it?
Mm-hmm.
Just grip my hand and just, it's so fucking tempting before turning out, and I'm going to... I'm still in my normal attire. I will because I have to do it every hour, I'll redo my Oath of Anonymity.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just exit casually.
Okay.
And after that, I will rush by Gilgamesh, and I'll, as long as there's no one else in the hallway, I'm gonna try and pass him the book.
Sure.
There is nobody presently in the hallway. You do hear people coming up the steps.
I'll just quickly hand it to him.
I stuff it in my jacket, or well, I stuff it in a pocket.
Yeah, and then I just continue down the stairs casually.
A
Okay.
pocket where I can keep a feel on it.
Okay.
You know that, like, I put it under Gilgamesh's fupa.
So are you dressed like the servant?
I am once again dressed as the servant, yeah.
Okay.
But I will look a little more. I'll purposely like mess up my hair a little bit and look a little more, like haggard, like I just went through an ordeal.
Mm. You You pass a older couple coming up their way, but there is a man like walking with and talking with the man. I'd say maybe 40s, balding, white human male, very well dressed. Camp gay is the best way I can put it. Really camp gay.
Okay.
And he's just talking with like the man and speaking, and he sees you goes by and he says, why do you look like that? And just right up, I'll be right with you just a second, thank you. And he just turns back to you. We have a reputation to keep up. You understand this?
Yes, sir. I understand. Is there something wrong with my attire?
Just go down into the washroom and make sure that you don't look like you just pulled your head out of a watering trough.
Okay, I apologize deeply. I had no idea.
Very good. Keep it like that. Yes, I'm right with you there. Go.
Oh,
go,
Groot?
now, go.
Yes, sir. And
Grudness was gonna stop him to complain about Daxius. I saw the most undistinguished servant ever. I cannot believe you would employ someone like that here.
Like, seriously, I just want to make sure before I, like, roleplay.
I don't want to take up too much time. It won't be serious.
Okay.
Well, go.
Well, so the man does lead the two, not necessarily past you, but up the hallway in the other direction. As he comes back, you're able to catch him. He listens to you and he says, "Was it the one that just walked past here?"
Yes, it was that one. He was walking like he was a bit sore. He might just be overworked, if you know what I mean.
Yes, thank you. If you need anything, please just tell the front desk. Okay?
I was actually just checking out. But thank you, my stay was very pleasant.
Well, thank you. The trophy room is always pleased to have such fine and distinguished gentlemen such as yourself.
I'm gonna walk through the lobby, and as on my way out the door, I'm gonna whistle and kind of do a signal for the cohorts to come out.
Yeah, it's just the one. Ugark will, after you leave, after about like a minute or two, will follow you out.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I'm going to head to a washroom and just do what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to just go back to cooking for a little bit and just look really upset and angry and just like mumbling under my breath. Like on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think you expect the manager to, like, or the kitchen supervisor, whoever that was, to come up and yell at you, and honestly, he doesn't seem to be able to pick you out from the crowd.
Fair enough.
He might have forgotten he even spoke to you.
Huh. Shit. Maybe I might just be able to fucking leave. Alright, I'll just do odd tasks, like, for the next, like, 2 minutes, slowly making my way towards the exit before I go to grab something outside, go behind a corner, and I'll just cast Vanish and disappear.
Behind a corner?
Like I was never there.
Yeah, you go out with, like some other employees are kind of wander outside. Some of them smoke, a lot of them don't. That is a bit of an expense in this era, but maybe not extremely so if you don't get a very good cut.
Right.
So you go around the corner from them, you hear them bitching, calling, say some very derogatory things about the owner.
Fair enough.
As well as just the place is miserable and whatnot. So that's what you hear as you cast Vanish and slip away.
Actually, right before I slip away, I want to go up to those two guys and just slip a gold into each of their pockets. Just silently.
Is Sven in the room with us right now?
Yeah, they don't notice. The one guy who definitely seems like he has some half-orc in him, although the human is much, stronger in his appearance, is just, well, let's just say some shit that even though I am pansexual, I will not say on stream.
The gamer moment.
Yeah, I'm not playing PewDiePie. Well, no, I guess
I'm not the bridge.
But, and the other one who looks like he's half elf is just like, Yeah, they don't pay me enough to deal with this bullshit, and just turns and spits against the wall.
I know you're gonna say he spits on me.
No.
As I'm invisible.
Yeah, roll a d20, see where you're standing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, maybe he would just accidentally just spits in the midair and,
It just
Floating.
stops midair and just slowly falls.
No, he spits against the actual building.
Okay. Respect. And
He's
just
not a wheelchair-bound geriatric, or pretending to be one.
Oh,
A
fuck,
joke
that
for the top
took
row.
me too long. That took me too fucking long
Mhm.
to fucking catch. God damn it. Rebel!
yes.
The rest of you have no
old
fucking
time.
idea, and I'm okay with that.
Old campaign meme.
Yep. It's all I got.
Bribble.
Damn it.
Fucking evil man.
That
Um,
fucker.
Anyways.
For very brief context, we once played in a campaign that I ran where one of the players had a companion that was an old man in a wheelchair who just said Bribble.
Which was his name.
Yes.
And spat on people like a llama.
A lot.
A lot. Regardless
Yes,
of who
that's
they were.
Let me guess. That's something Cody came up with.
Yes.
Yes.
That
Ding,
is
ding,
such
ding.
a Cody thing.
It was funny as shit. Oh.
Oh
Yeah.
god, yeah.
It was really
I
funny.
missed it. Anyways, yeah, I slipped away.
What? At your fucking church.
I guess I'll we didn't exactly find a rendezvous place, but I'll meet up with Gilgamesh wherever he is. I'll find him.
Oh,
Probably wherever Princess was holed up.
yeah. I can imagine Princess just stamping her feet, saying, "I'm not moving," and without Daxius.
Like a
Yes,
a
very good,
petulant
Princess.
child.
Pretty much. That's actually
Oh.
fairly accurate. Yeah, we'll gather up and go behind like an alley or something. Wow, that went smoothly. I did manage to find some more information, but that will be of importance. Well, when everyone's together. We'll talk about that tomorrow morning, perhaps, or later tonight.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you hand the book back to me, I can get it back to somewhere safe rather quickly.
I hand it over.
All right. Yeah. Good work. And I raise up the high five.
Nothing went wrong. Wink,
Yeah.
wink, nudge, nudge.
Totally not. No, for real though. Good job. You did very good. Exceeded my expectations even.
Yes, well, there wasn't that much trouble for me to get into.
Yeah, well. Trouble always seems to find us.
Right.
Well, I better get going before someone decides to scry on this thing, and I will cast Expeditious Retreat, and I will run as fast as I can to the Vardo.
Okay.
And I'm gonna find the
Which is at
barrel
the
I
Freehold.
bought. It's at the Freehold. Oh, it's right there. I don't need to cast Expeditious Retreat then.
Which is at the Freehold, not the trophy room. So it's
Oh
across
right,
town.
I keep forgetting where we are. Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'll run all the way over to it. It probably is gonna take me a minute.
At least.
And eventually, I'm gonna find the lead-lined barrel I bought, so it can't be scried on, and I'm gonna put the book in there.
Alright.
And I will. When I emerge from the Vardo, I'm in my Kitsune form, just in the form I was in the dance competition.
Mhm.
I'll make my way back to the trophy room, and I will just I will walk up and just brush myself off, because I don't know I wasn't told the rules about going inside, about no magic, no weapons and stuff.
No, going into the front of the Freehold, yeah, no.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like I pardon my tardiness. I'm quite late. Is it still
Oh, yes.
Party's
Yes.
still going on, right?
You'll still be able to go in. You must check any weapons here. We will give you a tag to retrieve once the event is over. And
That's totally
if you
fine.
can cast magic, please hold your hand out.
Excuse me?
If you are able to cast magic, please hold your hand out.
What will that do?
We are marking those who go in so that they cannot freely cast magic in the premises, especially in front of the actual prince for security measures. It will dispel
Fine.
the moment you leave the property.
It's fine. Just get it over with.
If you brought any weapons with you, he takes them, hands you a little tag, and then
Yeah.
puts the same markings on your hand that he did for Sven.
We'll just say that Garugamesh has gone through this as well.
Hmm.
And I am keeping the dagger doubling if they need to make a check or anything.
Nobody tries to frisk you down or anything like that.
Okay. So yeah, I'll make my way inside.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It is the dinner is still going on. You're kind of getting to like the middle end, so it's primarily like later courses and desserts. But you're able to find your compatriots no problem. They're all sat together, basically right under the eye of the prince, who you might have seen at one point. I'm not 100% certain, but I think just by looking at him, you're able to tell.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to roll perception to see if any of his entourage is wearing the livery collar.
Okay, give me a check. You don't necessarily notice anything, but there is a lot of fucking people in here. You
Wow.
do notice, however, when you got in, that there were 3 copies of the laurel that you made.
Strange. I noticed Fen has the laurels. How did they make 3? Did somebody copy my craftsmanship?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Sven pauses and shrugs and he says, I'll be honest, this kind of magic is beyond me. I am absolutely not sure, and even the slightest, as to how they did it. But perhaps Fernix would know.
Fernix,
Yes.
can you advise?
How they would produce a copy of your work.
Correct.
Well, it would have been easier if I had been able to see what spell was in action, but if I had to guess, it would probably be major creation, something like that.
I had no idea such a thing was possible. Couldn't someone just use that to make infinite gold for themselves?
Well, the materials are part of the requirement, but they would also, of course, need, for the uncreative among us, prior work to work off of.
Among us?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself particularly creative.
No.
I can't really make nice things like you do.
Well, in any case, how's the banquet been?
It was pretty delicious, but well, I don't know how their bit of hobnobbing went, but I didn't really turn up much, except that all of these empty-headed idiots sure are empty-headed.
Yes, well, this empty-headed idiot was off making these, and I pull out the 2 diamond rings I worked on earlier today. Sorry I was late.
Oh, not a problem at all. I did mean the nobles, by the way.
Oh, yes. I think I could have figured that out, given a little more time.
Couldn't say you missed all that much.
Gray, is the prince in an easily accessible position where I could go up and talk to him, or would I be look like a fool if I did so?
Well, it is the middle of the dinner. He is obviously speaking with a lot of his own court at the moment. He isn't necessarily like behind a wall of individuals, but you do see that there are like royal guard around. I don't know. Would Garugamesh be arrogant enough to just
He would be, but not interrupting dinner though.
Mhm.
So if he's still eating, then no, he would not.
Yeah. He is like talking with a few people here and there, but they seem to be being brought up by other individuals. And they're generally not necessarily talking to the prince. They often talk to another one of the people that are sitting with him. Whether it's the chancellor, whether it's this kind of masculine looking woman, whether it's... There's a bunch of people that seem to be summoned for.
Mm. Well, I didn't have, doesn't seem like there's an opportune moment, so I don't have anything I'd be particularly doing right now other than eating the food.
Alright.
Daxius?
I'll walk up to Vic'Talion and just pop in a seat beside him. You look miserable.
Yes, well,
That's an awful rude thing to say to someone enjoying their meal.
Have you met Daxius?
you're not wrong.
Vic, you look tired.
Yeah, how's
Are
that
you
IBS going?
Are you okay? Has anyone told you that you don't look okay?
You need to smile more. This is not my type of engagement.
Parties.
To, get through it.
If I'm being honest, I only came back here just so I showed my face. To be honest, this is the last place I'd want to be.
Yeah. In any case, I can assume your business was attended to.
Oh yes. Oh, you know, Gilgamesh wanted to go to the kilns and visit the shrine of Tychon, but it all wrapped up nice. We actually learned some decent information from a passerby on the way that I'll be able to share with you guys after we're done the festivities.
All right. Yes, I plan on trying to leave as soon as the ceremony aspect is over.
Awesome, because I would like to as well. The place is almost suffocating.
It certainly is packed.
Yeah. Well, it's not the pact that I mind, more culturally suffocating, I guess is the best way to put it.
You're so classist, Daxius.
Catch me on a good day. Do they have, like, any kind of alcohol around here? Even if it's fucking wine, I don't give a shit.
I have not found an option that wasn't alcoholic yet.
Didn't we find him? Isn't there some sort of legend or a magical item that is a cup of endless alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of such a thing, but I haven't seen one myself.
When's your birthday, Daxius? I feel like you could use a gift from the party.
Oh fuck, when is my birthday?
When is anyone's birthday? Quiz.
Yeah.
For your
What's
next
your
birthday, you
character's
were...
favorite color?
Did I write this down? I don't think I wrote this down.
For your next birthday, we're going to give you a new kidney, because clearly you're going to need one.
Yes.
Yeah. I've wanted one for years. How'd you know?
Yeah, I killed mine like 3 decades ago.
Oh,
No
fuck
more
yeah.
dialysis.
But if you really must know, Gilgamesh, my birthday is October 12th.
Oh, so it's coming up.
It's in a few months.
Out of character, we'll get there in maybe a few years.
Yeah.
This face?
October
way.
12th is right around the corner.
I don't think I'm
But
gonna
not-
live that long.
Yeah.
Might not last that. Let's see. Although wait, we're in August. Oh
We
shit.
are in August.
Mhm.
Okay.
But you really don't. I mean, birthdays have never really been my thing, so really, I don't give a shit. If you want to give me something, just give it to me. I'll take anything for free anytime.
No, I think you can wait for it.
All right, if you must.
All right. Well, the dinner continues on. About 7:30 or so, it ends up finally breaking off. As people are encouraged to stand and move to the side, the Chancellor, who you learn is also the court wizard, steps forward and casts some magic and makes the tables and basically everything on them vanish, leaving the entire hall clear for dance space. There are still drinks and like lighter fare along the walls, but the upper dais where the quote-unquote important nobles were sitting is also moved slightly so that a fuller band can come out and play. And they strike up, and it becomes the ball I suppose it was eventually intending to become.
Play
I can
free
see
bird.
everyone here is going to have real fun with that.
Yep.
I'm
Before-
actually. Never mind.
Before we get that far, Talia will approach you with the other woman, which Rugamesh Daxius, this might be the first time you're seeing them, but yeah. She catches you like as they're like starting to set up and whatnot, and says, "Well, I was hoping to find you guys here all together. Although I see a few of you are a little more tardy than expected."
Yes, apologies. We were running a little bit late.
I fell asleep.
Yeah,
did.
and I had to drag his ass here, of course.
I can believe that. Anyways, she turns to address the woman beside her. Like I said, elven woman, lighter skin-ish, very full lips, blonde hair, pulled back, age, who the hell knows. Dressed very elegantly, but very simple. Like I said, Rugamesh, you and Daxius might recognize that the way that she is dressed speaks to somebody who understands how to present themselves in a way that is very understated. The materials are expensive. The colors are also pretty pricey. The cuts are fashionable and modern, but only somebody who knows what the hell they're doing would notice that. Talia gestures to her and says, "I would like to introduce Maester Vic'Talion." The woman kind of gives a slight bow. She has come up from Port Azar to gather a few details from myself and, well, regarding some of the events that have happened in the past, because the Circle of Maesters has taken a great interest in some of it.
Would we have any help?
The elven woman finishes with her bow and says, "Yes, I believe now will not exactly be the most appropriate time to gather a few details, and I'm quite certain that I will not be the only one up from the Viridian Hall asking a few questions, but, well, here I am."
Well, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Rugamesh sticks out his hand and then wipes it on his napkin before sticking it out again.
She looks to it and she does catch herself, kind of gives the slightest bounces, and you too. It is a pleasure.
Did you see that, guys? She looked at my hand.
Don't
My
overthink
God.
it.
I couldn't help noticing it either.
I'm never washing it again.
Did you start?
Yeah, that actually started about 25 years ago.
Well, I suppose I'm Phoenix Fappenhaus, pleasure to make your acquaintance as well.
And yours?
I am Sven, and I reach out a hand.
She does take yours, but it's very, light, very ladylike in a way that you would more associate with like something your grandmother would do. So it's a custom which is a little dated. It is nice to meet you.
It just kind of nods. Just Vic'Talion.
Charmed. And lastly, at Daxius.
Oh god, we're doing this. Inara. Actually, Daxius was the one that was venturing with these fellows. I'm simply just a friend of a friend.
Is going to like you.
I hope so.
She turns to Talia and says, "Never ceases to amaze me, I suppose. Rather egalitarian organization, and even up here in a place that I would sometimes refer to as the Sticks. And yet we still hold ourselves proudly and with diversity."
That is definitely a way of putting it.
She just calls diversity hires.
Basically.
Either way, I'm glad to have met you all, and I hope that you'll enjoy the rest of the festivities being held perhaps somewhat
Hold
more
on.
honor.
Can we roll sense motive on what she meant by that?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure, I'll get in on this. Why not?
I'm not.
True. I wouldn't mind getting a clue eventually.
I wanted to know what the diversity comment was.
I don't get the impression that it was much deeper than what you might first imagine.
My skill checks.
It's like the game
They're,
knows we're all autistic.
It's absorbing it.
All right, sure. Why not?
Their game's
Since you're real.
There we go. There we go, Vic.
Daxius, you
I only
and
have-
Gilgamesh get the feeling of perhaps it was insulting. Vic, you get the idea that she's really awkward. Most likely does not have a lot of social skills, but give me a perception check.
Ooh.
You notice some of the equipment that she's wearing, not just her clothes, but you see rings, you see necklaces, you see things that blend into her clothes that also indicate that she is most likely a very powerful mage. What you know of her, she came up from Portazar, representing the Circle of Maesters, meaning that she is quite old, quite influential, and probably spends most of her life within those circles or within whatever her expertise is within the organization. Because this is information that your characters had that I'm 100% certain that you as players do not. She is one of the people who runs the Valliere Society.
Ah.
Oh, she's corporate.
Okay. Yeah. Basically.
Rumesh gets up and slugs her.
You wouldn't get close.
No.
This is like some level 17 character that we should not fuck with.
Oh, you never know. Might be
Generous.
17 levels in commoner.
Starts
Yeah.
Starts quoting Karl Marx out of nowhere.
Oh no.
She gives a elegant courtly bow and then takes her leave. Talia, obviously, tells her, "Enjoy yourself. If you need any accommodations." "Oh no, I've already handled my own. Thank you." And
Talia, before you go.
So Aletha goes, but Talia does remain behind. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. She knows, yeah?
Talia kind of looks to you and says, "She most likely has true sight, so yes."
Ah,
She
holy
has
shit,
been-
what?
She is perhaps one of the most powerful wizards on the continent.
thought I recognized that name somewhere.
I slug her. We can take her money, guys.
I roll sleight of hand.
Imagine how much loot she has.
All right. Just was wondering. Thank you.
Well, like she said, try to enjoy yourself here. Make the best of it as you can, and don't cause too much of a scene. Whatever you do.
No promises.
Yes. See, I know it's coming. I don't know what it is, but I know it's coming. No. He turns around to see the captain of the Royal Guard, Jaeger, speaking with Aletha, who is greeting him with much of the same stiffness as she spoke with to you. And then Talia, give me a sense motive.
Everyone?
Those of you
Sure.
who would care.
Considering her status, I would care.
Girugamesh is intrigued by her.
Damn it.
All right, boys. Here it goes.
And
Just to
Nice.
out of
Vic is gonna
curiosity.
give us a shame. Yep.
Girugamesh, Daxius, Fernix, you kind of see the way that, like, Talia looks over. Vic, you're the only one that sees jealous. It's not there, like, very long, but it's, like, it's quick. It's a flash in the pan and then gone. Before Talia turns around and says, well, if you need anything, you know where to find me.
Right. We'll
Good evening, and,
try not to.
Congratulations again.
Sure, we'll have
Likewise.
business to discuss later.
And
We couldn't.
Talia takes her leave, going to catch up with the both of them as they move towards the front of the room. After this, it's going to be mostly court, entertainment, dancing, music that I feel like a few of you probably heard, but not in any setting that wasn't as elegant as this one. What do you guys do now?
Oh, I was gonna ask the table, was it just me, or did that Archmage seem like a huge racist to anybody else?
I couldn't really get a good beat on them, really. I know my fair share of huge racists, and I don't
What's
think
wrong
that
with
was
being
one.
racist?
Sven,
Girugamesh puts on the hat and just
breaking into a song.
Girugamesh turns into a 5'5" Nomish man right then and there.
Oh no.
Was Gruber's allowed to bring the hat of disguise in? I thought we weren't supposed to be doing that.
Oh.
Any
thought
magical
the items.
effects do not work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I guess I can't turn into a 5'5" Nomish man.
yep. Means if somebody burns this place down, my new ring can't do anything to stop it. And I'll be like, I tried.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
she seemed that racist.
He wasn't that racist, you guys.
Just the normal amount.
The diversity comment kind of threw me, I suppose.
Well, hey, the biggest mark of it is she shook Spin's hand, which a lot of people in this town won't even do.
That's true. Most of the time, if they're really racist, they'll comment about dirt or something else.
Sometimes
Yes,
they'll
they
even
do.
try and bathe the animal folk with their mouths by
Yeah,
spitting
so
on them.
The spitting in the hand is sometimes not a sign of brothership, as some would have you believe.
This is making me very uncomfortable. I'm going to go find some alcohol that I can knock off.
You need to take 3 steps.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I purposely walk further because that was as someone who has fur that made me shiver.
Because Girugamesh said that. Oh yeah, they just start licking the beastful.
Oh God!
Berry.
Please do.
That's not what Garugamesh meant by that.
Yeah, he had to clarify that it was spitting and not licking afterward.
Daxius didn't hear that part. He just already left.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not sure, but I get the impression she doesn't get out much.
No.
Well, she might not have that much need to.
I wouldn't think so. Suppose we'll be having plenty of conversation in the coming few days.
Okay. So, how do you guys intend to fill? Like, do you participate in any of the festivities here, or?
What?
Yeah.
Did you say there was a ball going on?
Yes, by about maybe 7:45, going on 8, the music does commence, and there is like a very formal, steaming dance.
Hmm. You know, I'm gonna be. I feel like we could. What's the name of the high mage? It was a mouthful. I couldn't remember.
Julian Unger.
Julian?
Julian.
No, the one from the Valliere Society, not
Oh,
Unger.
okay, not the Chancellor.
Aletha Thalamine?
Thality?
Aletha Thalamine?
Aletha Talamane.
Aletha Talamane. Anyways, someone should offer to dance with her to try and get information, and Sven has the highest diplomacy, so I think Sven should go and ask her for a dance.
I spelled that way off.
I'm not gonna do that.
You're not gonna do that?
I suppose that I could.
I mean, I can try and get information, but I don't know if Sven's gonna ask her for a dance.
I mean, I hate to mention this, but don't you need 2 arms to do the ball dancing stuff?
Got the feet so that my tail can be used as an extra hand. So
That would be interesting
wrong
to see.
spot.
Yeesh. It's kind of like, wait a second, and then it's just whoop. Oh. Yeah, fuck it. I'm like trying to put together a plan here. I could go for it, and then if someone could somehow filter me messages, which you can
How
do
to dance?
on what questions to ask, because
How
I'm
to dance.
well that probably would be good too, because oh yeah, just absolutely like just stepping into the middle of the plate in the batting cage. How does this work?
You're the machine, boom, and then it's just crack across the forehead.
Yeah. So Etor and I can communicate telepathically. So I can tell him stuff that he can write down, and then you can tell him stuff that he can think to me. If that's how I want to do it. Or we could send in the bard who knows how to dance to do the dancing.
I mean, this is an out-of-character question, but like, why? Would we be doing this?
We're trying to get information, I thought.
To the person, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but we're also like going to talk to her directly in private tomorrow.
I guess so, yeah.
Some of you might not really have an opportunity as you are standing there. The dance begins, the music commences. It is a bit stiff, not poorly performed, but yeah, you're already beaten to the punch by somebody else, the prince.
Oh.
Yeah. And they take to the dance floor, and you see that her skills don't not exactly extend to that either, although the prince is able to compensate for that relatively well. At the same time, Daxius, you feel somebody like pull at your arm, and You turn around and have to look down as you see a familiar face that I don't think you've seen since the last time you danced.
Oh.
It is Petal. Kind of beaming up, dressed significantly nicer than she was that evening. And just says, I didn't think you'd be up here.
I didn't think you'd be up here. I thought you were skipping town soon.
Well, I thought about it, and then I thought there were some other events coming up. I didn't really take in a lot of the violent ones, because I don't really go for that, but they told me that there was going to be dancing and food, and I thought, well, I can usually dress up and look pretty nice. So I did, and they let me in.
It's great to see you. It's wonderful. I surprised you recognized me so quickly. Well, I'm dressed in the same attire, I suppose. I kind of just...
One part that makes it easy.
Yes, I kind of just, like, almost awkwardly touch my face, knowing that the, all my spells are gone and not working.
Daxius has a crush.
And she sees you do that, like, what? You look fine. Do you just want to go dance now?
Oh, yes, of course. Lead on. And I'll extend my hand, kind of bow down to their level, and just allow them to take the lead.
Yep. She leads you out, and she keeps in rhythm and sort of in the spirit of the dance, but it does not look like what everybody else is. It's much more freeform, much more pastoral, much more wild.
Fuck it, I go along with it.
Yeah. Nobody else really, like stops, and eventually, weirdly enough, a couple of people start, like, working in some of the stuff that you're doing into their own routines. As if, like, those of you who are watching outside seem to see this, and there's look on people's faces, not like, oh, this is awful. It's more like, is this something we don't know that somebody down south knows that we need to, you know how nobles can be, where it's like, is this the latest fashion that I'm not aware of? Well, I need to do this too, just so others know that I'm also fashionable as well.
I'll just, as we're dancing, I'll just, like, everyone's watching us.
Well, you say that to Petal?
Yeah, like, as we're dancing, like, we can, like, talk to each other, like in hushed whispers.
And her response is, who cares?
I just, start darting around the room, like looking around the room. Normally I wouldn't, but it's just, a few of my walls are down right now.
Don't see how that's a problem, really.
You know what? You're right. It's a good night.
All right.
I will, I'll dance for a little while before I kind of just slowly come to kind of a stop in the middle of the dance floor and just... I'm sorry, I need a break. I'll catch up with you in a minute.
Alright. She doesn't seem offended by any of it. She just kind of smiles and laughs and then just kind of goes off to do her own thing. Not seeming to really care one way or the other. Just in the moment. Just there.
I'm just gonna find somewhere, like, quiet, like a lavatory or something, and just sit alone for an awkward amount of time.
Alright.
Don't know.
On the sidelines, this takes place over an amount of time. I guess, what do the rest of you guys do?
I want to dance with Natari.
I don't think she's here.
I want to dance with Natari. I don't like that Daxius is having fun.
I mean, I could say Natari's there, sure.
No, I'm just making this joke.
Nah, alright.
And thankfully hasn't caused a fist fight yet.
Not yet.
I guess you will at least somewhat have your opportunity as a woman does approach you, Sven. Not one that looks like a lot of the other, like, nobles that are dressed here. where most of the nobles here are dressed in very ostentatious, very elegant, over-the-top dresses, she is dressed in a very smart, almost military-looking uniform.
Ew,
She doesn't have any,
gross,
medals.
woman. I passed. No, I'm sorry.
She doesn't wear any, medals or, titles or anything like that. She doesn't have bars on her shoulders, but the clothes are definitely tailored for the more masculine of the sexes.
Okay.
She is, she's tall for a woman, a human woman of this era, probably 5'8", 5'9". Black hair, kind of cut in a bob, not buzzed short or anything like that, but definitely it would be long on a man, but on a woman seems a bit short. She's not bad looking. She definitely has a stronger chin, just a stronger face overall, and even through her uniform, you can kind of see the trim of her body. She's pretty built. And she kind of cuts through a lot of the frivolities, kind of moving down, touches you on the shoulders, says, "You, me, dance." And she speaks to you in Valliere.
Okay. Sure. Sven kind of furrows his eyebrows. He's curious, but also a little bit on guard. But he'll humor her and dance, or at least attempt to dance. I don't think he has any skills for it. Is that charisma or dexterity? I guess he has good stats for it. What would you roll for dancing?
Performance, maybe?
It would be perform, so isn't that charisma based?
I guess so.
Yes.
Can I use storytelling? No.
No.
I tell a story about how good of a dancer you are.
Yeah, I describe my feet moving back and forth rapidly.
Actually, would this be a good... This might be a good use of inspiration.
Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll use inspiration to... And the goal is, maybe I'm not trying to... I'm trying to do a few things. I'm trying to suss out who the fuck this is. Because she's not really Sven's type, to be honest. But he's very curious, because she approached him, she spoke his his tongue. She interests him at least. And he's very curious to find out what the fuck the deal is. But he also wants to kind of show off and get the attention of people at this dance. Because he likes attention.
Sure. I would say that based on you burning that point, you definitely perform well. She does lead somewhat, obviously seeming to know that you don't know this dance, but you're able to pick it up relatively quickly. It's not a difficult routine. You also do notice that despite her speaking Valliere, she does have an accent. Obviously Vulcarian, and the way that she speaks, or at least spoke to you initially, it was very formal. In the way that someone who is taught a language, as a second language, and then doesn't get to use it very often, finally is able to bring it out. Sounds like.
Okay.
She, despite being pretty built, she does move pretty smoothly. She has good control. She knows how to lead. She knows how to follow once you finally pick it up. She, despite her build, is quite graceful. She does speak to you, somewhat, once you finally get the dance and you're no longer, focused on the movement. She does speak to you, asking in Vulcarian, I get, a bit stilted, a bit too, formal, but she says to you, "I don't see many people from Valliere come through here very often, especially those belonging to the caravans."
I'm surprised that you got on of my Valhinian heritage. I've not spoken a single word of Valhinian here. He says in a Valhinian accent.
So are you speaking just back to her in common?
Oh, is she speaking in Valhinian?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, then okay. Yeah, no, I'm speaking in Valhinian.
Okay. Remember, I told you, if you're speaking your own language, you do not need to maintain an accent.
I'll still do it just so that the others know that I'm talking.
She's got a bit of a coy smile and says, I have my sources outside of the castle. It is my job after all.
I suppose that's fair. I have been making quite a splash in this city, I suppose. What brings you here?
Like, you're moving to like one end of the ballroom as the crowd moves, and she says,
actually, he says, what brings you to me?
Probably a better question. Interest? Because I don't think you are boring, and I don't like boring people. And also because it is somewhat my job to know things, to see things, to hear things.
And what is your job?
Like, she waits until you're like near the end of like a phrase. That's like you get closer, and she leans forward, leans back, and says, "I'm Spy Maester here."
I cast Call Lightning. No.
You wouldn't.
No balls.
For the prince?
Yeah.
It's an awful noble title.
A noble title, but not for a noble person. I was not born rich. I got here because I earned it.
And so that makes me curious why a spy master would reveal themselves as a spy master to someone such as me on a simply meeting me.
Well, I've got my sources that say perhaps you won't be here very much longer. Also, because I wanted to get your perspective on what happened in the arena.
So this is the interrogation, I say as we dance. It's like one of those... Is it like James Bond who does this kind of stuff? Where it's
Kinda,
like dancing? Yeah. We're doing a James Bond
I didn't
scene.
know how to mix work and play.
So what do you want to know of my perspective? Or should I just tell the whole story?
What you think someone like me would not know quite yet. I need to hear what happens from down on the ground floor. Because the priestess couldn't tell me too much.
What assurance do I have that you are not a spy master working against me?
She kind of gives a bit of a laugh and says, I like a man who thinks that much of himself.
Well, perhaps this is the most important thing I could tell you. There are those who are working against us. And I suspect that it was an act of those people. So how do I know you're not one of them?
She like kind of moves on a little bit. She has like thinking as you guys move. And she like gets to the end of the next phrase as you more or less switch places like one to the other side. And she says, I suppose in reality you don't. But I have to live here, and with all of my choices, you don't so much. All I need to know is that I need to know that there is no threat to the other people here in this town. If there is something that I need to deal with, if her eyes go over to along the side and says, if Captain Jaeger needs to take care of, I need to know now and deal with the threat, or I cannot prepare myself effectively.
Would it scare you to know that it is not something you can prepare against?
There is always a way to prepare. Whether you know it or not.
From what I know, that might be a difficult task.
You see, the reason I spoke to you is, well, and she kind of glances around. There's one already is gone. Another, I think, was inside of the clouds the entire time, and I think the other was, well, he was the only one who would stand outside of Lightfrid's, She kind of, like, moves her eyes a little bit. Frost thing. She drops back into common and says, his ice storm. I don't know the word in Valliere.
It is a small blizzard. I don't know what the Valhanian word for it is, but I tell her the Valhanian word for it.
Sure.
Really? The audience had no sight on it? I'm the only one?
I don't trust the opinions of random yokels who look down on it from the parapets. You are also here. We are dancing. This is not boring. Work, play, together. Yes?
I still truly do not know if I can trust you. You have sweet words, a sweet voice, and a sweet dance, but if you've paid close attention, I've said that the people who work against us are very powerful and have connections. I have no way of knowing that you are truly on our side.
Well,
Unless you have...
It gets near to the end of the song, and she says, if something happens to the prince or the court that you could have helped prevent, I will hold you accountable. And she like kind of leans forward and like touches cheek, and then like bows as the minuet ends.
I want to think for a moment. Because it would be cool to tell her this, but really I have no way of knowing if she isn't working for the enemy. Or even if she isn't, the people that she works for might. It's really impossible to tell right now. And I'm not sure how to have her prove. As a spy master, you really can't trust. Unless under a zone of interrogation or something. Zone of truth. Which I guess we could do. That does exist in this universe. Vic, do you have a way of... getting the truth out of people, right?
I've got some pliers.
Well,
Right to the fun stuff.
well then how about we make a deal? Someone such as you should have access to zones of truth, or truth-telling spells. Truly, that is the only way that we can trust your word that you are not working against us.
Then I will let Jaeger know, and he will tell Master Talia, and we will deal with it then.
Then perhaps we
Either
shall.
way, perhaps I'm not interested in it that much. I just like hearing different perspectives. All I really needed to know was where from the walls did they come from, and if you did not see anybody casting in the stands. If
I
you
saw none.
think of any answers or anything interesting, I will be around. For now,
Then
I'm
I'll
going
tell you
to
this.
evacuate the dance floor. They are starting.
Then I'll tell you this for free. They came from the pits, from where we came from.
Possibly useful, possibly not. That isn't the name of the game.
You should know with that information approximately what I know, aside from some context, but I did not see one from the stands. And in truth, it would sound impossible to cast such a thing from the stands. Would it not?
With Unger's magic, I would believe so. But I do not know exactly how those creatures appear. I am not a wizard.
Then perhaps we shall meet again later and share the story if you are willing to, prove that you are a friend.
I would not call myself a friend. I do not know you. But I am not your enemy. I'm doing my job.
Alright.
And she, the song ends. She departs from you and goes back up to. You do see her speak with the prince, kind of going behind and then speaking with him, and then going over to the captain of the royal guard and speaking with him. She makes no effort to really hide that before going to sit down and have a drink.
Alright. I then dance with the rat folk. No.
So, out of character, I thought they came out of the walls, not out of the pit.
They did, yeah.
You're right. That is what Sven said, though.
Yeah, the thing is, I know you, and I know that your memory isn't great, so I don't know if that's actually what you meant to say, or if you just didn't remember.
That's what I meant to say.
A deliberate misdirection.
For what reason?
I don't know if she's with us or not.
Yeah.
If she wants the full story, she's gonna have to submit to a zone of truth. That's just how it is. I'm also not going to let on that, because if she is working with the enemy and I let on that I know what's going on, that might be bad.
Way to play hardball. I appreciate it. That's not sarcastic.
Yeah, but it was probably smart.
You guys have a bit of time left. The revelry goes on. The music changes a few times. The dances do as well. What happens to you guys in those hours?
Gilgamesh has been feeling too awkward to dance, so he starts looking around at other things to do. What else might intrigue him?
Booze, food, conversation.
How does my, I know that... Is everything suppressed magically? Does that include the Dust of Illusion?
Basically anything, most things that have a magic effect generally are. Powerful ones can still push through, or ones that are what's the word? Sanctioned, I suppose,
Right.
by whoever casts the magical seal.
Okay.
Is Von Wollenstone here?
Von.
He actually is. He is not with anybody else. He's speaking with a couple other people. Kind of just, laughing, talking to and fro. Doesn't seem like it's about anything in particular.
I'm gonna go up and, exchange pleasantries with him.
Okay. He does remember you. He isn't wearing the jewel yet, but I think you might be saving that for something else, or who knows.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to see you again, sir, but I was actually quite wondering, I would like to make a formal introduction to the prince. Are you on good enough terms to introduce me?
The Baron kind of scoffs a little bit and says, depending on the day. Ludwig seems to be rather genial today.
Genial? I don't know the meaning of the word. And then he just claps Wollenstone on the shoulder.
Yeah, Theodore doesn't laugh super hard, but yeah. The others that are like kind of around you kind of look to you like with a bit of confusion, like they have no idea who, not necessarily like who you are, but like why, you know. It's not necessarily like, oh, you're in our group, fuck off. It's more just sort of like, what?
You should start calling him Teddy.
And so I bring him in close with my arm, like from clapping him on the shoulder, I kind of move in, bring him in close, and like turned away from the rest of the group, and I produce the 2 diamond rings, and I said, listen here, Teddy, I want to offer the prince the deal of a lifetime on these 2 diamond rings that I know he'd be super appreciative of.
God, give me a diplomacy and give me a D20.
Can I do bluff?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you were doing? I just got back.
Oh, I am trying to weasel my way into an introduction with the prince by leveraging my previous business contact with Wollenstone. So, anyways, can I use bluff?
I don't think so, not in this one. I don't think you're necessarily trying to trick him. You are trying to convince him of something.
I need to get away around. I have nothing in diplomacy.
Okay, he wasn't the worst. He and like kind of leans away from you. I appreciate your work, but don't forget the gulf between you and I.
Wow.
Wow.
All right.
Fuck this guy.
Okay.
Might be able to perhaps say something to him, but whether or not he wants to make that conversation would be up to him.
It'd be much appreciated. And I give him a pat on the back, and I'll return to my seat, not wanting to take up any more of his time.
We're gonna swing on him.
Yes. I was all ready to give him a good one of Garugumesh's goodbye hugs just for that little comment right there, but Garugumesh isn't that vindictive.
Bold enough to do like, let's rob a powerful noble in the middle of a room full of powerful nobles.
Yeah, this is assault.
I'm giving him an under the coat hug, because it makes me feel so much closer to the person than like over the coat. The cloth barrier is a lot. Like you don't feel as connected. And Teddy and I, we have an understanding about that.
Sure you do.
I could convince him. Let me roll diplomacy one more time and I'll give him that hug. But yeah, I return to my seat.
Okay. The rest of you, what's going on with you?
Oh. Well, I was going to dance, but instead I guess I watched everything unfold.
I'll dance. I'll go back eventually. Kind of just checking myself over. Actually, for my own interest. Actually, nah. I'll eventually just tidy myself up and I don't really know actually, because on one hand I'm really nervous about like the fact that none of my charms are up. Daxius is very concerned about that. I don't know. I guess I'll go over to Furnax first and just chat with him for a little bit.
Yep.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going.
Uh,
Just stabs one of the leftover pieces of food with the fork held in his tail.
Listen, you know how I have a tendency for, illusions.
Right.
You can probably tell that it's not really up right now. Look, I'm gonna be god honest. I need some kind of positive affirmation or something because I am kind of tweaking right now.
You look fine.
Just thanks. Just really used to going out like this, I guess. I didn't know if you had any advice, oh wise one.
Oh, you're buttering me up, are you?
Well, would you like to dance?
I wouldn't mind it, honestly. Although I'm not very good, obviously.
You don't need to be good. You just need to feel it.
The Daxius and Phoenix love arc is finally starting.
I don't like the Daxius' next words where you just have to feel it.
Go and
feel the music in your veins, and maybe one or two other things.
We'll get to your rose under glass in the next chapter.
What kind of veins are we feeling?
Well,
whose veins specifically?
Yeah.
Do feel particularly useless without being able to cast any magic or anything.
No, just let me take the lead. It'll be all right.
Well, I'm just trying to say you're not the only one made uncomfortable by all of everything here.
Yes, well, you are helping me ease my discomfort a little bit, if I can ease yours in any way.
Absolutely.
And I'll extend my hand out.
Yep, he takes it.
And I'll just, as we're on the dance floor, I'll just, alright, just step forward and back to the rhythm. There you go. You're doing it. And I'm just gonna guide them through it a little bit. And,
it's not too horrible.
You see? It feels good, right? Just feel the music in your veins. Don't overthink it. Just move to the beat. There's no wrong answers.
I don't get how this is supposed to be relaxing, but
it's... I suppose if you're looking for relaxation, it's more of the liveliness of it all, the freedom to express yourself and be however you want. It's more about it's different for each person. For me, it's a little bit more of an instinctual, tribal almost feeling. But it's just, if it's not for you, I don't mean to force you.
Not being forced at all. It's just not something that I'm very much used to. A little... Bless you. They sound like they're having a bit of the old nose candy.
Oh yeah, Sven's a little stuffed up lately, I've noticed. He'll be a little sick.
Yes. This does sound kind of cute when he sneezes, though.
I have noticed that.
I see Pocket Cat with a huge joint.
Well, if it's something that reminds you of, of other things, I can certainly see why it would have the appeal.
It makes me feel like I'm at home. And, well, how does it make you feel?
Well, I suppose a bit nervous, but it's,
okay.
Like being carried on a gentle wave. So, I could say it. I could find it relaxing.
Well, now that you've got the basics down, why don't we, kick it up a notch? And I begin going a little faster.
Oh, shit. Okay.
No, I I've been holding back a little bit. If you don't mind, I'm sort of getting back into
Not at
it.
all.
I'm going to
Let me try to follow
out.
your lead, as they say.
All right, and we'll do a little bit of an improv dance. See how that goes.
Yeah.
Maybe the worst. You think it's competent?
Yeah, I'm just enjoying it.
Swing dancing.
And I think eventually I'll bring back over the halfling, and I'll show them like, hey, this is my friend Fernix. He's not much of a dancer. You want to help show him the ropes?
She seems pretty delighted to do that. Like, kind of has that look on her face, like, oh boy, new friend, like that kind of thing.
She doesn't
Great.
bite.
You.
She grabs your hand and is like, let's go, let's go.
All right.
Those of you who definitely aren't into the dance, you do notice that there are people gathering out on the terrace, where there are, I guess, some of you who might be a bit more familiar with the South, where they are playing shovelboard.
I don't know what that is.
The
Shuffleboard.
shuffleboard.
Oh, okay.
Except it wasn't called that then. It was called shovelboard. So,
It kind of makes more sense.
yep.
I
you
have
use
I thought they
the
called
shovelboard.
it. I thought they changed it to shuffleboard because a bunch of old people started playing it.
I mean, of all the pictures I see
My-
when I look it up, like the first one is like two old dudes doing it. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's because
But
it's
hey. Brand new thing at this point.
I'll
it's
partake
a
in
low
the shuffleboard.
low impact but exercise nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, time goes by. Petal is she's a good dancer. I'm not sure if she's a great teacher, but then again, she has this attitude of like, do whatever. Like there is no wrong answer. And like even as like others around her are like looking at her kind of strange, she does not give a shit. Not a single fuck can be given. Not a single fuck can be found. You can look at the fields where she groweth her fucks, and it is barren.
Nice. Let me see. I can just do a straight perform roll if it'll let me have it.
Yeah. I think so.
hey,
Nice.
you did better than me.
Yeah.
Not a
not bad.
3. So it's the best roll so far.
Woo.
It comes out okay. I would definitely say like you're not sure if you have natural talent or you just pick it up from Petal, and you just it's that feeling of like, oh, who cares? Just do it. And it comes out pretty okay. In a strange way.
I will just as he's dancing, I will use inspire confidence to bring competence to bring that to a 16.
All right. That is a sonic effect, so that it would be possible even with magic cowl, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, all it is just me tap dancing with bells. So.
Okay. Hey, not too bad.
Yeah, you feeling it now?
Okay, I think I can see what you're talking about.
Yeah. Let that music flow through you.
Those of you outside get to have a little bit of joy pushing around pucks of stone across the ground as hoity men in too tight pants and too big jackets get very excited over how far it can be pushed and with what accuracy. Vic, what do you do this entire night?
I mean, other than look vaguely uncomfortable, probably not a whole lot. Probably just people watching, mostly. trying to avoid conversation where necessary.
Fair enough.
You
You
just
see, you see Talia dancing with Captain Jaeger. You see the prince out a few times dancing with this person or that, including Aletha. You actually also see her dancing with Ash as well. Because he doesn't give a fuck either.
having a good time.
Fair enough.
People get progressively more drunk. The dancing becomes significantly less decent as time goes on as a result. Eventually the music kind of works its way to a close where it stops being about dancing and starts being more about just listening. The time comes and finally you hear somebody call out, "A few minutes to the fireworks!" And that's about the point that the musicians wrap up their set. And people start kind of moving out onto the terrace and lawn.
If I'm still dancing with Petal, I'll be like, oh, shall we?
Yeah, she seems very excited to go see that. She says to you that she's seen it in the past, but that every show is a little different, and that's what makes them special.
Use the change in attention to basically just slowly back out of the party and start heading out. Maybe giving a slight nod to the rest of the group as he's walking out.
I'm just gonna make a quick roll for myself. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Those of you who are staying, you're able to either get yourself onto the terrace or the lawn. Vic, nobody stops you. The man who is at the coat check is like leaving as you're coming out and like goes back to get you your stuff before like leaving with you to go see the display. You're probably just off the property. The spell having been broken, and you feel Fenrir wake up saying that he took a nap for a while once you got inside and has no idea what happened. As the fireworks begin, it is a pretty decent display. Batteries firing off from the city walls and from the top of the Freehold, creating a show of bright yellows and greens and blues, mixing colors and shapes, loud noise that brings a lot of excitement and joy to the raucous crowd of drunkards standing around the castle. You can hear like music, cheering, whistling, things breaking, singing out in the city below as the fireworks go up. The show lasts a good 15-20 minutes, and while to modernize it might not have been impressive, but for those of you who have never seen a display like this, it is unreal. Night turned to day without using any real magic as far as you know. Loud noise, great colors, splashes of burning residue, pictures and symbols, and sometimes it even seems to be names and creatures.
Wow.
Finally, there's one last salvo that fills the night sky from one side of the city walls to the other, bathing everything in bright reds and silvers and blues, which rain down and disappear before they get to the rooftops of the houses below. In the ensuing silence, you can hear whistling and calling and clapping and music playing. People up on the terrace and on the lawn are doing the same thing, enjoying it. Some people start singing really badly, random pub songs or holiday songs that don't really match up for what time of year it is. But either way, in a way, it's its own kind of magic.
I'm hanging out by Fernix and I'm just staring, kind of look a little solemn. You know, I know it's hard to believe, but this is my first time seeing fireworks this close.
Mine too, and I admit I'm probably shouldn't be distracting myself by trying to think of which types of metals are burning to create the colors. But I can't help it.
That is so like you.
Green is definitely copper, by the way.
Really? Green?
Yes, it turns that color when you burn it. A vibrant green. One of my favorites.
You burned a lot of metal back in your day, I reckon. Among other things, I'm sure.
Tons of waste materials. Just because they looked pretty on fire.
Fernix, would that red happen to be mercury, or would I be mistaken?
I believe so. There's a mercury derivative that is also red. I think it must have something to do with the color.
Would it could also be red phosphorus, perhaps?
Right.
It's
true.
I just mumble under my breath, God, you guys are such fucking nerds.
Do you have thermite where you're from, or is that only in the Skyholds?
I don't know if I'm familiar with a thermite. It'd be anything like what would they call that? The potassium. That's the one.
Oh, yes. Potassium. What's sodium?
Does it matter what material it is, really, at the end of the day? I mean, I guess if you want to make one, but...
Not if you're putting thermite on it. It can bite through anything.
I don't think anyone here knows what the hell that is.
Potassium does violently explode, too.
On contact with water.
Yes. Or air.
Interesting.
Which is...
I just think...
Well, I don't think it's in any of this. It might be a bit difficult to transport.
Fair.
Or at least not in its purified state.
When I was in high school, I used to want to get pure bars with potassium. It's a very good thing that I was not allowed to do that.
Oh, no.
You wonder why. Can't it just be pretty? I mean, all your nerd talk is kind of ruining the moment.
That was what I was saying.
With who? Between you and Fernix?
Just, no, not just. I just think it's pretty. I just like the colors. As simple-minded as that might be.
You can use it for inspiration for your next painting. I bet you could do a piece and sell it before we leave Innsbruck.
It's a good thought, but my paintings are not for sale.
Well, you don't necessarily have to sell it. You could give it to someone you've made a connection with in the city.
I had something like that in mind, yeah.
I think anyone would appreciate a painting of the fireworks.
I'll make it my next piece.
Just put me in the nude. Just, being lit up by the fireworks in the corner.
That is something to ask Natari to do.
So Natari would do that for me.
She absolutely would.
Sven will be jealous if he finds out I'm sitting nude for Natari.
Well, I don't think Natari is not exactly taken by anyone but herself, so if Sven's really that jealous about it, it's not exactly her problem.
No, I don't think so.
Sven has been sleeping around with other people ever since he's been I want to
dance with
Natari.
I want to dance with Natari.
That was a joke! It was a joke!
All jokes are rooted in a little bit of truth, and everybody knows it.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Daxius has like
Wow.
some kind of like fancy wine glass, and he goes to have like a big like like they're basically shots to him. He goes to take a gulp, but stops himself, and he just, while the other two are talking, just silently and subtly just puts it away.
Even if you don't paint anything with it, it's a nice memory to have.
It is. I think so. I really want to paint now. I think I'm gonna go paint. Would you, I mean, if you two aren't doing anything with the rest of your night, I'd, swing by the Dax house. Could use a little bit of information.
Looks over at Giru Gamesh. You're not asking me to pose nude with him, right?
No, God, no, Fernix.
Thank goodness.
Never.
I've had had so many drinks that seemed like that was the next possible logical option.
Well, it doesn't have to be on a painting. I'm fucking with you, man. Come on.
Great. Plus, I think we do have other plans.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, can they wait until tomorrow? It's a nice night.
Did out of game? I don't think so.
All right.
I'm pretty sure that was right after the.
All right, fine.
Are they leaving tonight or are they leaving the next day?
Oh, someone's leaving.
The trio are not leaving tonight.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're not even here yet.
No, then they can. Then that can wait until tomorrow.
I got confused. Yeah.
So was I for a second.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was anything else.
I missed something. Yeah.
That's why I ask, because I'm like, I've probably been confused this whole time then, and thought they were coming today. I was like, this is gonna be a busy ass night. We gotta get wasted, we gotta sober up, and then we gotta fucking take some people out.
Hell yeah.
Beat the shit out of them.
I always hit harder when I'm drunk.
I'd heard there was some reputation about that.
Who have you been talking to?
I've just heard things.
Do we plan to depart then?
Yes.
Certainly.
Before I'd go, I would like to say a quick farewell to the to Petal. Please excuse me for a moment. Oh, shut your mouth. And I'll quickly walk over the Petal. I don't mean to cut and run for the second time, but I must be going. This has been a wonderful night. It was good to see you.
Yeah, you too. This is nice. Well, now that the festival's over, I'm probably gonna get moving too.
I'm going to kneel down to her level. I'll probably never see you again, will I?
Mm-hmm. I don't like thinking of things that way.
Well, in that case, for the next time we meet, I'm gonna pull out my mask that I always wear in my kitsune form whenever I'm like in a fight. I'm gonna hand it to her. Something to remember me by, and maybe add something to it of your own when on your travels. And next time we meet, hand it back to me.
She takes it. She looks at it like, "This is so adorable," and like
It's
kind of looks
not-
through it. Doesn't put it to her face, but makes sure to like look through the eyes. Definitely kind of big on me, but I can make it work. I can make anything work.
I believe that. Safe travels, Petal.
Yep, you too. Don't be a stranger.
Not in a million years. And I'll turn away and walk out the door.
Okay.
Wow, he just walked out on her.
Oh. Assuming that's mostly it for you guys for today. So I think Sven is gonna go to
Yeah.
the Lion and Lady to meet with one person.
I
Daxius
will
is gonna
say,
go
for
paint.
Flair, while the fireworks were going off, Sven was thinking about how he kind of wanted, like, as they're going off, he was thinking, this would be nice to see with Natari.
Yeah.
Aw.
Like the spy from T Fortress 2, right behind you.
Ah, oh god.
I've been here the whole time.
Oh my god!
She still stabs you.
Yeah. There's a non-zero chance that she might, just for fun.
The rest of you, what are you doing?
What time is it?
Closing on 11 o'clock. Excuse me, 11 p.m.
What time do we have to get up tomorrow, y'all?
You don't know.
Before midnight, I'm guessing.
I feel like we should try and see the coach come into town, just to know what it looks like and like kind of suss it out a bit.
I mean, it has
See
to
if
come
they-
into town first, anyways. We're
Doesn't it have
catching
to
them on the
stop
way
by
out.
Doesn't it have to stop by the manor, the Lutz Manor?
Yeah.
So let's take out the manor.
Oh.
Since Vic always gets up early, do we want to?
Why didn't I just? I can just have Etor do it. He doesn't even need to sleep.
Oh, well,
That's fair.
that works too.
Well, I was going to also say, if we were going to stake out anywhere, probably staking out that house might not be a good idea, considering they probably have people on the lookout for them in case of, well, people like us. If I was to at least if I was in my shoes and I was running a whole gang of vampires that wanted to be secret under the city, I would want some kind of familiar or person to be on lookout 24/7 and make sure no one's stalking the place and trying to break and enter.
Well,
That is fair.
How would you suggest going about making sure we see the right coach?
Possibly just following it close enough to the Lutz Manor, and then just nothing that involves us sitting by the Lutz Manor for hours on end. Maybe just nearby even is fine, or I don't know. I mean, Etor could be a fine option if it wasn't for the fact that I don't think there's another one of his kind within this city, so they could probably figure out who sent them. And this is just going under the assumption that there is someone watching. That's just my fear.
He looks around and he kind of like starts undoing his bow tie and then takes it off and is like, "Yes, you're very, very sneaky. I get it." You're trying to say that he can look like part of the stonework, possibly, but
Oh, actually, that is a very good point. Maybe Etor could do it.
I'm not there, but I do have an out-of-character question that's relevant. So, is it safe to assume that they are coming out from this southwest road? Because we know they're coming from the south.
Yeah.
And so I did make my little shrine thing just down at the end of that road towards where the first branching path is. So we're looking for a place to hide that they're definitely going to pass by.
That's true. I mean, there is a gate, like, really not far from the Lutz Manor.
We also have a pretty good excuse for why we're out there. Like, I can just be gathering herbs and stuff for Fernix.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. Maybe it would be a good idea if we left earlier in the day and then, did all the shit outside of the city that we want to do for a little while.
We should also consider, do we think that Drow would travel by night?
That's what I was going to say. They are drow. They work in the night. I would assume that they would.
Yeah.
I think posting Etor would be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
but probably, there's a sense tingling in me that we should probably put him like nearby the closest gate, or at least roughly around there.
All right.
Something. Maybe cross-reference with Vic. As long as we're out there, though, I was hoping briefly to maybe do some hunting. I don't need a hide or anything. I was just thinking of getting some antlers, but I would want them to be not just something from a shop, but like from the land.
You, or with you, even.
Yes, preferably while we're all already out there. Before or after. Preferably before, so it doesn't get in the way of things, but I was hoping to get just some antlers from the land. So if maybe we could leave a little early.
This we could do, yes.
Alright.
Alright. Well, in the spirit of keeping things moving, Sven, you are able to meet with Blinks at the Lion and Lady. He is interested in the proposal. She says that depending on who they serve and their rank, he would probably want to beat the ever-loving shit out of them. He won't kill them if you don't let him, but...
What if I told you that they serve vampires?
Drow don't serve vampires. Drow barely serve themselves.
Perhaps not serve, but work with.
I can believe it. They work with a lot of unholy creatures, devils and demons when they can trick them into a pact. I mean, hell, they work with Dwerger. Not too much lower down the totem pole than that.
Well, if this is something that interests you, we do know that they are working for vampires. Or with, at least. And we are planning on, perhaps, taking care of this issue.
Well, as long as I can murder somebody. Sure.
What would be a fair rate for something like this? Someone who has expertise.
Cut me in for 1,500 and I'll do whatever.
1,500 is quite a price.
I know what I'm dealing
Would you
with.
be... For 1,500, I would also ask you to help us with the... I kind of lean in the vampires.
This is dealing with the vampires, by the way.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, he wants, on top of that...
We're not going to be the ones dealing with the vampires.
You're not going to be doing the wet work on that. Remember, that's actually why Ashe wants you to do this, because politically and militarily, it's a lot easier to embarrass and expose somebody and let the courts and the actual official system take care of it, rather than killing them and putting their heads on a spike.
1,500 for just an ambush that he'd be taking part of. I mean, he's helpful and useful, but...
They have any good shit on them, I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll shake on that. I don't know how strong this drow is.
You just go ahead and shake on it without talking to any of the other 5 party members.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Just commit to letting him take all the loot and the credit before even telling us that you're having a conversation with him.
I'm sorry. I meant yeah. Right. Okay. So
sounds good. Where's modify memory again?
I more meant like, Sven's okay with that, but he has to talk to the party.
Okay.
So I guess he'll invite the party over to talk about it, and it is getting close to the end of the session, so this isn't a bad place to pick up next time if you guys wanted to, especially if Joel has to go.
I actually, so far, work hasn't said anything.
Well, I was going to make that determination as the game master, but
I don't think we need to have this be a whole conversation.
yeah, that's why I was trying to make it not really.
Okay. Yeah, guys, do you want to have this guy?
Probably not, and I think Vic is probably mildly annoyed that you're talking to more people about the vampire problem.
Yeah.
It's like you're running out of people who you can tell.
I specifically was talking to this guy because he hates Drow. And...
Who doesn't hate Drow? My grandma hates Drow.
Okay, yes, but he was soul-colored by them.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we can just give him all of our secrets for free.
They spit in my mashed potatoes at Cracker Barrel.
Well, here's your first mistake. You went to Cracker Barrel.
I like their biscuits. Yeah. Sue me.
The biscuits are really good.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessary. I'm uninclined to drop 1,500 gold on one person.
Yeah, we don't need him.
He also, I think, was part of the group. Yeah, he was part of the group that I think performed. Arena. Yeah, he was part of the group of the last three that performed the worst. So not to say that they wouldn't be capable. It's just like, why would we?
And you saw the Valliere Society's higher-ups today. I don't think we need to be making our group any more diverse.
Alright. So we'll pass for now, but I want to be drinking buddies with this guy.
Alright. Daxius, you spend, I'm assuming, some time doing your painting?
Yeah, I'm gonna just paint some fireworks, and it's a fairly, like, not a spectacular piece, but it's a nice piece. Mm-hmm. Like, one, if I wanted to, I could sell it to a person that really likes fireworks or needs something in, like, a back of a room or something. Mm-hmm. But I'm just going to take this, and I'm going to hang it as a centerpiece in the Dax house. Just somewhere that's plainly visible as soon as you enter.
Above the pile of broken IKEA furniture.
Yes.
Yeah. Vernix, you're setting Etor up to watch over the manor hold?
Yep. Yeah, I give him instructions on what to look for, and then to basically just come and find me as soon as that happens, and where we will be, at what time, etc.
Okay.
Using sun marks, because he can just look at the sun and tell what time it is. He doesn't care about going blind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need to stare directly at the sun to know where it is in the sky.
No, he does.
Yes, but he wants to.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the uncomfortable feeling, so he's just like, oh, it's a big shiny thing.
Vic and Giru.
I was going to craft. Vic, what were you going to do?
Nothing particularly interesting. Probably, I mean, we're gonna have to have a conversation about the plan for the ambush at some point, but more or less, he's going to start packing up some of the supplies that he bought, specifically the like mini repair kit for the coach, and just basically prepare to move out and stash somewhere.
We have a set time on when we all want to be up, because that will probably depend. That will probably determine how much I craft tonight.
I mean,
pretty
we could
early,
actually
right?
be up. We could go pretty late, right?
Well,
because they're supposed to leave at night tomorrow.
right. Do we know that for certain?
No.
They're supposed to. Now, we say that because they are drow, but they could also hide in a very well-covered Vardo or other mode of transportation and slip in from under us. So I'd say
Well-
we'd want to be up fairly early.
We know how they're coming in. It's a long black coach that uses magic to hide itself.
Yeah.
Or uses magic and hides itself.
So there's a non-zero chance it might come during the day.
Sure, that's why
Yeah.
we just gotta keep an eye on it. Also, we are waiting for more information from Ash. So we don't have to just, like, put everything together ourselves.
Okay. I didn't realize we didn't have all the information yet.
All right. Well, with that all taken care of, that will bring us to the end of this day. As you all retire to your beds for a not necessarily long, but definitely meaningful day tomorrow. And perhaps your last one here in Innsbruck before you move on to Lunabrook. So, with that said, that is where we will be ending the session. Thanks everybody for watching at home, and looking forward to seeing you guys next week and towards some of the new changes that we're hoping to roll out. So, until then, thanks for watching, and see us next week.
Bye.
See y'all.
Bye.
Thanks for watching.